Attend, O reader, our tale of wonder. Welcome back to Paper Cuts, everybody. We are going to finish up the first men in the moon tonight, and then we're going to we're going to run out of. We're going to try and drink in the middle of a sentence and have it take longer than we meant to. And then, more pertinently, we're going to spend some time with some short stories, so we have not a short episode. Let's see, last week, they found the sphere, but the sun was setting, so everything was getting way too cold, and, Bedford, it seemed like he almost didn't make it into the, into the sphere. Unfortunately, his good friend, Mr. Caver, unfortunately got yoinked by some of the locals. Oh, excuse me. Got yoinked by some of the locals, and now they're in a real pickle. Oh, also, they found a bunch of gold. Turns out that gold is the common metal to do things out of on the moon. Even more so than using wood. So, yeah, there's just so much gold. They're like, well, we're going to get out ahead on our business deal. And anyway, let's find out how Bedford handles Cavor getting kidnapped, shall we? As we dive into chapter 20. Before we dive into chapter 20, I lied. Very easily distractible. The following command reminds me of Mr. Wells's favorite words. So every time we see tumult, zenith, for a space, terrible, and peculiar, we have to take a drink of water. You're allowed to do that with alcoholic drinks if you're of age, but I wouldn't suggest it. I would suggest water. Melt the moon down and make moon ingots. Moongots. It's true. They're about to melt the moon down to make moongots of gold. Very happy to have you around, Greeky. All right, let's dive into chapter 20, shall we? Mr. Bedford in infinite space. It was almost as though I had been killed. Indeed, I could imagine a man, suddenly and violently killed, would feel very much as I did. One moment, a passion of agonizing existence and fear, and the next, darkness and stillness, neither light nor life, nor sun, moon, nor stars, the blank infinite. Although the thing was done by my own act, although I had already tasted this very effect in Cavor's company, I felt astonished, dumbfounded, and overwhelmed. I seemed to be borne upward into an enormous darkness. My fingers floated off the studs, I hung as if I were annihilated, and at last, very softly and gently, I came against the bale and the golden chain, and the crowbars that had drifted to the middle of the sphere. I do not know how long that drifting took. In the sphere, of course, even more than on the moon, one's earthly time sense was ineffectual. At the touch of the bale, it was as if I had wakened from a dreamless sleep. I immediately perceived that if I wanted to keep awake and alive, I must get a light or open a window, so as to get a grip of something with my eyes. And besides, I was cold. I kicked off from the bale, therefore, clawed onto the thin cords within the glass, crawled along until I got to the manhole rim, and so got my bearings for the light and blind studs, took a shove off, and flying once round the bale, getting a scare from something big and flimsy that was drifting loose, I got my hand on the cord quite close to the studs, and reached them. I lit the little lamp, first of all, to see what it was that I'd collided with, and discovered that the old copy of Lloyd's News had slipped its moorings, and was adrift in the void. That brought me out of the infinite to my own proper dimensions again. It made me laugh and pant for a time, and suggested the idea of a little oxygen from one of the cylinders. After that I lit the heater until I felt warm, Then I took food. Then I set to work in a very gingerly fashion on the Cavorite blinds to see if I could guess by any means how the sphere was traveling. The first blind I opened, I shut at once, and hung for a time flattened and blinded by the sunlight that had hit me. After thinking a little, I started open the windows at right angles to this one, and got the huge crescent moon and the little crescent earth behind it the second time. I was amazed to find how far I was from the moon. I had reckoned that not only should I have little or none of the kick-off that the Earth's atmosphere had given us at the start, but that the tangential fly-off of the moon's spin would be at least 28 times less than the Earth's. I'd expected to discover myself hanging over the crater or on the edge of the night, but all that was now only a part of the outline of the white crescent that filled the sky, and Cavor, well, he was already infinitesimal. I tried to imagine what could have happened to him, but at that time I could think of nothing but death. I seemed to see him bent and smashed at the foot of some interminably high cascade of blue, and all about him the stupid insects stared. Upon the inspiring touch of the drifting newspaper, I became practical again, for a while. It was quite clear to me that what I had to do was to get back to Earth, but as far as I could see, I was drifting away from it. Whatever had happened to Cavor, even if he was still alive, which seemed to me incredible after the blood-stained scrap, I was powerless to help him. There he was, living or dead, behind the mantle of that rayless night, and there he must remain, at least until I could summon our fellow men to his assistance. Should I do that? Something of the sort I had in my mind. To come back to Earth, if it were possible, and then, as maturer consideration might determine, either to show and explain the sphere to a few discreet persons and act with them, or else to keep my secret, sell my gold, obtain weapons, provisions, and an assistant, and return with these advantages to deal on equal terms with the flimsy people of the moon, to rescue Cavor if that was still possible, and at any rate to procure a sufficient supply of gold to place my subsequent proceedings on a firmer basis. But that was hoping far. I had first to get back. I set myself to decide just exactly how the return to Earth could be contrived. As I struggled with that problem, I ceased to worry about what I should do when I got there. At last, my only care was to get back. I puzzled out at last that my best chance would be to drop back toward the moon, as near as I dared in order to gather velocity, then to shut my windows and fly behind it, then when I was past to open my earthward windows, and so get off at a good pace homeward. But whether I should ever reach the earth by that device, or whether I might not simply find myself spinning about it in some hyperbolic or parabolic curve or another, I couldn't tell. Later I had a happy inspiration, and by opening certain windows to the moon, which had appeared in the sky in front of the earth, I turned my course aside as to head off the earth, which it had become evident to me I must pass behind without some such expedient. I did a very great deal of complicated thinking over these problems, for I'm no mathematician, and in the end I'm certain it was much more my good luck than my reasoning that enabled me to hit the earth. Had I known then, as I know now, that the mathematical chances were against me, I doubt if I should have troubled even to touch the studs to make any attempts. And, having puzzled out what I considered to be the thing to do, I opened all my moonward windows and squatted down, since the effort lifted me, for a time, some feet or so into the air, and I hung there in the oddest way, and waited for the crescent to get bigger and bigger until I felt I was near enough for safety. Then I would shut the windows, fly past the moon with the velocity I'd gotten from it if I didn't smash upon it, and so go on toward the earth. And that is what I did. At last I felt my moonward start was sufficient. I shut out the sight of the moon from my eyes, and in a state of mind that was, I now recall, incredibly free from anxiety or any distressful qualities, I sat down to begin a vigil in that little speck of matter in the infinite space that would last until I should strike the earth. The heater had made the sphere tolerably warm. The air had been refreshed by the oxygen, and except for that faint congestion of the head that was always with me while I was away from Earth, I felt entirely physically comfortable. I had extinguished the light again, lest it should fail me in the end, I was in darkness, save for the earth shine and the glitter of the stars below me. Everything was so absolutely silent and still that I might indeed have been the only being in the universe, and yet, strangely enough, I had no more feeling of loneliness or fear than if I had been lying in bed on earth. Now this seems all the stranger to me, since during my last hours in that crater of the moon, the sense of my utter loneliness had been an agony. But, incredible as it will seem, this interval of time that I spent in space has no sort of proportion to any other interval of time in my life. Sometimes it seemed as though I sat through immeasurable eternities, like a god upon a lotus leaf, and again as though there was a momentary pause when I leapt from moon to earth. In truth, it was altogether some weeks of earthly time, but I had done with care and anxiety, hunger or fear for that space. I floated, thinking with a strange breadth and freedom of all we had undergone, of all my life and my motives, and the secret issues of my being. I seemed to myself have grown greater and greater, to have lost all sense of movement, to be floating amidst the stars, and always the sense of earth's littleness and the infinite littleness of my life upon it was implicit in my thoughts. I can't profess to explain the things that happened in my mind. No doubt they could be all traced directly or indirectly to the curious physical conditions under which I was living. I set them down here for what they are worth, and without any comment. The most prominent quality of it was a pervading doubt of my own identity. I became, if I may so express it, disassociate from Bedford. I looked down on Bedford as a trivial, incidental thing with which I had chanced to be connected. I saw Bedford in many relations, as an ass or some poor beast, where I had hitherto been inclined to regard him with a quiet pride as a very spirited or rather forcible person. I saw him not only as an ass, but the son of many generations of asses. I reviewed his school days and his early manhood, his first encounter with love, very much as one might review the proceedings of an ant in the sand. Something of that period of lucidity I regret still hangs about me, and I doubt if I shall ever recover the full-bodied self-satisfaction of my earlier days. But at the time the thing was not in the least painful, because I had the extraordinary persuasion that, as a matter of fact, I was no more Bedford than I was anyone else, but only a mind floating in the still serenity of space. Why should I be disturbed by this Bedford's shortcomings? I wasn't responsible for him or them. For a time I struggled against this really very grotesque delusion. I tried to summon the memory of vivid moments, of tender or intense emotions to my assistance. I felt that if I could recall one genuine twinge of feeling, that the growing severance would be stopped. But I couldn't do it. I saw Bedford rushing down Chancery Lane, the hat on the back of his head, coat-tails flying out, en route for his public examination. I saw him dodging and bumping against and even saluting other similar little creatures in that swarming gutter of people. Me, I saw Bedford that same evening in the sitting room of a certain lady, and his hat was on the table beside him, and it wanted brushing badly. He was in tears. Me, I saw him with that lady in various attitudes and emotions. I'd never felt so detached before. I saw him hurrying off to Limpna to write a play, and accosting Cavorite in his shirt-sleeves working at the Sphere, and walking out to Canterbury because he was afraid to come. Me? I didn't believe it. I still reasoned that all this hallucination was due to my solitude, and the fact that I had lost all weight and sense of resistance. I endeavored to recover that sense by banging myself about the Sphere, by pinching my hands, clasping them together. Among other things, I lit the light, captured that torn copy of Lloyd's, and read those convincingly realistic advertisements about the cutaway bicycle and the gentleman of private means and the lady in distress who was selling those forks and spoons. There was no doubt they existed, surely enough. And said I, this is your world, your Bedford. You're going back to live among things like that for all the rest of your life. But the doubts within me could still argue. Is it not you that is reading? It is not you that is reading. It's Bedford. But you are not Bedford, you know. That's just where the mistake comes in. Confound it, I cried. And if I am not Bedford, what am I? But in that direction no light was forthcoming, though the strangest fancies came drifting into my brain, queer, remote suspicions, like shadows seen from away. Do you know, I had a sort of idea that really I was something quite outside not only the world, but all worlds, out of space and time, that this poor little Bedford was just the peephole through which I had looked at life. Bedford! However I disavowed him, there I was, most certainly, bound up with him, and I must needs feel the stress of his desires and sympathize with all his joys and sorrows till his life should end. And with the dying of Bedford, well, what then? Enough of this remarkable phase of my experiences. I tell it here simply to show how one's isolation and departure from the planet touched not only the functions and feeling of every organ of the body, but indeed also the very fabric of the mind, with strange and unanticipated disturbances. All through the major portion of that vast space journey, I hung thinking of such immaterial things as these. I hung disassociated and apathetic, a cloudy megalomaniac, as it were, amidst the stars and planets in the void of space, and not only the world to which I was returning, but the blue-lit caverns of the Selenites, their helmet faces, gigantic and wonderful machines, and the fate of Cavour dragged helpless into that world, seemed infinitely minute and altogether trivial things to me, until at last I began to feel the pull of the earth upon my being, drawing me back again to that life that is real for men. Then indeed it grew clearer and clearer to me that I quite certainly was Bedford after all, and returning after amazing adventures to this world of ours with a life that I was very likely to lose in this return, I set myself to puzzle out the conditions under which I must fall to earth. Isn't that interesting? He describes almost a state of dissociative sensory deprivation, which makes me wonder, were the effects of total sensory deprivation known at the time? I mean, it wouldn't be too far-fetched given, when this book was published, the 1890s, I believe. I'm going to look that up very quickly. I have a sentence, but I need to make sure it's a real sentence before I say it. First Men in the Moon. Publishing date. Because if this is published at the time, I think it is 1901. When was the mesmerism movement? Mesmerism was discovered in the 18th century. So this probably predates the mesmerism movement very slightly. Mesmerism, for context, was the first discovery of hypnotism as a concept, and so yeah, the 18th century. It was originally considered to be a like a literal physical force that you learned to beam out of your head to afflict people. Yeah. Hundreds of books were written on the subject of mesmerism between 1766 and 1925, but it's almost entirely forgotten today, quotes Wikipedia. So, this makes me wonder if H.G. Wells had some kind of, inroad with the mesmerism movement, and he kind of took notes from that sort of thing in writing that description. Either way, it's a fantastic description of, I am in microgravity, and I am in a completely closed space, so I have no sensory grounding, and so my mind wanders away. Really, it fits right in with the modern accounts of people placed into sensory deprivation tanks. Their mind just kind of dissolves out of its bounds and wanders all over the place. But anyway, I've gotten onto a tangent almost immediately. Chapter 21, Mr. Bedford at Littlestone. My line of flight was about parallel with the surface as I came into the upper air. The temperature of the sphere began to rise forthwith, and I knew it behooved me to drop at once. Far below me, in a darkling twilight, stretched a great expanse of sea. I opened every window I could, and fell, out of sunshine into evening, and out of evening into night. Vaster grew the earth, and vaster, swallowing up the stars, and the silvery, translucent, starlit veil of cloud that it wore spread out to catch me. At last the world seemed no longer a sphere, but flat, then concave. It was no longer a planet in the sky, but the world of man once more. I shot at all but an inch or so of earthward window, and dropped with a slackening velocity. The broadening water, now so near that I could see the dark glitter of the waves, rushed up to meet me. The sphere became very hot. I snapped the last strip of window, and sat scowling and biting my knuckles, waiting for the impact. The sphere hit the water with a huge splash. It must have sent it fathoms high. At the splash I flung the Cavorite shutters open, and down I went, but slower and slower. Then I felt the sphere pressing against my feet, and so drove up again as a bubble drives. And at the last I was floating and rocking upon the surface of the sea, and my journey in space was at an end. The night was dark and overcast. 2 yellow pinpoints far away showed the passing of a ship, and nearer was a red glare that came and went. Had not the electricity of my glow lamp exhausted itself, I could have got picked up that night. In spite of the inordinate fatigue I was beginning to feel, I was excited now, and for a time hopeful, in a feverish, impatient way, so that my travelling might end. But at last I ceased to move about, and sat, wrists on my knees, staring at a distant red light. It swayed up and down, rocking and rolling. My excitement passed. I realized that I had yet to spend another night at least in the sphere. I perceived myself infinitely heavy and fatigued, and so I fell asleep. A change in my rhythmic motion awakened me. I peered through the refracting glass and saw that I had come aground upon a huge shallow of sand. Far away I seemed to see houses and trees, and seaward a curved, vague distortion of a ship hung between sea and sky. I stood up and staggered. My one desire was to emerge. The manhole was upward, and I wrestled with the screw. Slowly I opened the manhole, and at last the air was singing in again as once it had sung out. But this time it did not wait until the pressure was adjusted. In another moment I had the weight of the window on my hands, and I was open, wide open, to the old familiar sky of earth. The air hit me on the chest so that I gasped, and I dropped the glass screw. I cried out, put my hands to my chest, and sat down. For a time I was in pain. Then I took deep breaths. At last I could rise and move about again. I tried to thrust my head through the manhole, and the sphere rolled over. It was as though something had lugged my head down directly as it emerged. I ducked back sharply, or I should have been pinned face under water. After some wriggling and shoving, I managed to crawl out upon the sand, over which the retreating waves still came and went. I did not attempt to stand up. It seemed to me that my body must be suddenly changed to lead. Mother Earth had her grip on me now, no Cavorite interfering. I sat down, heedless of the water that came over my feet. It was dawn, a gray dawn, rather overcast, but showing here and there a long patch of greenish-gray. Some way out a ship was lying at anchor, a pale silhouette of a ship with one yellow light. The water came rippling in long, shallow waves. Away to the right curved the land, a shingle bank with little hovels, and at last a lighthouse, a sailing mark and a point. Inland stretched a piece of level sand, broken here and there by pools of water, and ending a mile away, perhaps, in a low shore of scrub. To the northeast some isolated watering place was visible, a row of gaunt lodging houses, the tallest things I could see on earth, dull dabs against the brightening sky. What strange men can have reared these vertical piles in such an amplitude of space I did not know. There they are, like a little piece of Brighton lost in the waste. For a long time I sat there, yawning and rubbing my face. At last I struggled to rise, made me feel like I was lifting a weight, and I stood up. I stared at the distant houses. For the first time since our starvation in the crater, I thought of earthly food. Bacon, I whispered. Eggs, good toast, and good coffee. How the devil am I supposed to get all this stuff to Lipna? I wondered where I was. It was an East Shore, anyhow. I had seen Europe before I dropped. I heard footsteps crunching in the sand, and a little round-faced, friendly-looking man in flannels, with a bathing towel wrapped about his shoulders and his bathing dress over his arm, appeared up the beach. I knew instantly that I must be in England, for he was staring most intently at the sphere and me. He advanced, continuing to stare. I dare say I looked a ferocious savage enough on my own, dirty, unkempt to an indescribable degree, but it didn't occur to me at the time. He stopped at a distance of 20 yards. "Hello, my man," he said, doubtfully. Hello yourself." He advanced, reassured by that. What on earth is that? What on earth is that thing?" "Can you tell me where I am?" "That's Littlestone," he said, pointing to the houses, "and that's Dungeness. Have you just landed? What's that thing you've got? Some kind of machine?" "Yes." "Have you floated ashore? Have you been wrecked or something? What is it?" I mediated swiftly. I made an estimate of the little man's appearance as he drew near. "Oh, by Jove, you've had a time of it. I thought you... Well, were you cast away? Is that thing, some kind of floating thing for saving life?" I decided to take that line for present. I made a few vague affirmatives between another yawn. I want help. I want to get some stuff up the beach, stuff I can't very well leave about." I became aware of 3 other pleasant-looking young men with towels, blazers, and straw hats, coming down the sand toward me, evidently the early bathing section of this Littlestone. "Help?" said the young man. "Rather." He became vaguely active. "Well, what particularly do you want done?" He turned round and gesticulated. The 3 young men accelerated their pace, and in a minute they were about me, plying me with questions I was indisposed to answer. "I'll tell all that later. I'm a deadbeat. I'm a rag." "Come up to the hotel. We'll look after that thing there." "I can't. In that sphere there's 2 big bars of gold." They looked at me, incredulously, at one another, and back to me with a new inquiry. I went to the sphere, stooped, crept in, and presently they had the Selenite's crowbars and the broken chain before them. If I had not been so horribly ragged, I could have laughed at them. It was like kittens around a beetle. They didn't know what to do with the stuff. The fat little man stooped and lifted one of the ends of the bars, then dropped it with a grunt. And so then they all did. "It's either lead or gold." "Oh, it's gold." "Well, gold right enough." Then they all stared at me, and then stared at the ship lying at anchor. "I say, where'd you get that?" I got it in the moon." I was too tired to keep up a lie. I saw them stare at one another. "But look, I'm not going to argue right now. Help me carry these lumps of gold up to the hotel. I guess with rest, 2 of you can manage one, and I'll trail this chain thing and tell you more when I've had some food." "Well, how about that thing?" "Well, it won't hurt there. Anyhow, confound it, it must stop there now. If the tide comes up, it'll float all right." In a state of enormous wonderment, these young men most obediently hoisted my treasures on their shoulders, and with limbs that felt like lead, I headed a sort of procession toward that distant fragment of seafront. Halfway there, we were reinforced by 2 awe-stricken little girls with spades, and later a lean little boy with a penetrating sniff appeared. He was, I remember, wheeling a bicycle, and he approached us at a distance of about 100 yards on our right flank, then I suppose gave us up as uninteresting, mounted his bicycle, and rode off over the level sands in the direction of the sphere. I glanced back after him, stifling a yawn. "Oh, he won't touch it," said the stout young man reassuringly, and I was only too willing to be reassured. At first, something of the gray of the morning was in my mind, but presently the sun disengaged itself from the level clouds of the horizon, and lit the world, turning the leaden sea to glittering waters. My spirits rose. A sense of the vast importance of things I'd done and had yet to do came with the sunlight into my mind. I laughed aloud as the foremost man staggered under the gold. When indeed I took my place in the world, how amazed the world would be. If it had not been for my inordinate fatigue, the landlord of the little stone hotel would have been amusing, as he hesitated between my gold and my respectable company on the one, and my filthy appearance on the other. But at last I found myself in a terrestrial bathroom once more, with warm water to wash myself with, and a change of raiment, preposterously small indeed, but at least clean, that the genial little man had lent me. He lent me a razor too, but I couldn't screw up the resolution to attack even the outposts of bristling beard that covered my face. I sat down to an English breakfast and ate with a sort of languid appetite, an appetite many weeks old and very decrepit, and stirred myself to answer the questions of the four young men, and I did indeed tell them the truth. Well, as you press me, I got it in the moon. The moon? Yes, the moon in the sky. How do you mean? What I say, confound it. And you've just come from the moon? Exactly, through space and that ball of mine. And I took a delicious mouthful of egg. I made a private note that when I went back to the moon, I'd take a box of eggs. I could see clearly that they did not believe one word of what I told them, but evidently they considered me the most respectable liar they'd ever met. They glanced at one another and then concentrated the fire of their eyes on me. I fancy they expected to find a clue to me. I fancy they expected to find a clue to me in the way that I helped myself to salt. They seemed to find something significant in my peppering my egg. These strangely shaped masses of gold they'd staggered under held their minds. There the lumps lie in front of me, each worth thousands of pounds, and as impossible for anyone to steal as a house or a piece of land. As I looked at their curious faces over my coffee cup, I realized something of the enormous wilderness of explanations into which I should have to wander to again render myself comprehensible. "Now you don't really mean," began the youngest young man, in the tone of one who speaks to an obstinate child. "Oh, just pass me the toast rack," I said. And that managed to shut him up completely. "But look here, we're not going to believe that, you know." Well, I shrugged my shoulders at them. "He doesn't want to tell us," said the youngest young man in a stage aside. Then, with an appearance of great sang-froid, "You don't mind if I take a cigarette?" I waved him a cordial assent and proceeded with my breakfast. Two of the others went and looked out the farther window, talking inaudibly. I was struck by a thought. "The tide is running out?" There was a pause, a doubt who should answer me. "It's near the ebb." "Well, anyhow, it won't float far." I decapitated my third egg and began a little speech. "Look here, please don't imagine I'm surly or telling you uncivil lies or anything of that sort. I'm forced, almost, to be a little short and mysterious. I can quite understand this is as queer as it might be, but that your imaginations must be going at it. I can assure you you're in a memorable time, but I can't make it clear to you now. It's impossible. I'll give you my word of honor I've come from the moon, that's all I can tell you. All the same, I'm tremendously obliged to you, as you know, tremendously. I hope that my manner hasn't in any way given you offense." "Oh, not in the least," said the youngest man affably. "We can quite understand." And he stared back at me all the time, heeling his chair back until it very nearly upset, and recovered with some exertion. Not a bit of it. Don't you imagine that? They all got up and dispersed, walking about and lighting cigarettes, and generally trying to show that they were perfectly amiable and disengaged, entirely free from the slightest curiosity about me and the sphere. I'm going to keep an eye on the ship out there all the same, I heard one of them remarking in an undertone. If only they could have forced themselves to it, they would, I believe, have gone out and left me. I went on with my third egg. The weather's been immense, has it not? I don't know when we've had such a summer. Whooies! And like a tremendous rocket, somewhere a window was broken. What's that? It isn't, cried the little man, and rushed to the corner window. All the others rushed to the window likewise, and I sat staring at them. Suddenly I leapt up, knocked over my third egg, rushed for the window also. I had just thought of something. Nothing to be seen there, cried the little man, rushing for the door. It's that boy, I cried, bawling in hoarse fury. It's that boy, I cried, bawling in hoarse fury. It's that accursed boy. And turning about, I pushed the waiter aside, he was just bringing me some more toast, and rushed violently out of the room and down and out and upon the queer little esplanade in front of the hotel. The sea, which had been smooth, was rough now with hurrying cat-paws, and all about where the sphere had been there tumbled water like the wake of a ship. Above, a little puff of cloud whirled like dispersing smoke, and the 3 or 4 people on the beach were staring up with interrogative faces toward the point of that unexpected report. That was all. Boots and waiter and the 4 young men in blazers came rushing out behind me. Shouts came from doors and windows, and all sorts of worrying people came into sight, agape. For a time I stood there too, overwhelmed by this development. To think of the people. At first I was too stunned to see the thing as any definite disaster. I was just stunned, as a man is by some accidental violent blow. It's only afterwards he begins to appreciate his specific energy. Hang on, I need to catch up on my water. So sorry. I've been out of it lately. Where was I? Good Lord! I felt as though somebody was pouring funk out of a can down the back of my neck. My legs became feeble. I had got the first intimation of what the disaster meant for me. There was that confounded boy sky high. I was utterly left. There was gold in the coffee room, my only possession on earth. How would it all work out? The general effect was of a gigantic, unmanageable confusion. I say, said the voice of the little man behind me. I say, you know. I wheeled about, and there were 20 or 30 people, a sort of irregular investment of people, all bombarding me with dumb interrogation, with infinite doubt and suspicion. I felt the confusion of their eyes intolerably. I groaned aloud. I can't. I tell you can't. I'm not equal to it. You must puzzle and, well, I'll be damned to you. I gesticulated convulsively. He needed a step, as though I had threatened him. I made a bolt through them into the hotel. I charged back into the coffee room, rang the bell furiously, and gripped the water as he entered. Hey, do you hear? Did you hear? Get help and carry those bars up to my room right away." He failed to understand me, and I shouted and raved at him. A scared-looking little old man in a green apron appeared, and further, two of the young men in flannels. I made a dash at them and commandeered their services. As soon as the gold was in my room, I felt free to quarrel. "Now get out!" I shouted. "All of you get out if you don't want to see a man go mad before your eyes." And I hoped the water by the shoulder as he hesitated in the doorway. And then, as soon as I had the doors locked on them all, I tore off the little man's clothes again. I shed them right and left and got into bed forthwith. Oh, man, I'm way too sleepy. I am finishing this book tonight. Let's adjust the camera. I just need to make it a little ways before my brain remembers that it is allowed to be awake while reading. As soon as the gold was in my room, I felt free to quarrel. "Now get out! All of you get out if you don't want to see a man go mad before your eyes." And I helped the waiter by the shoulder as he hesitated in the doorway. Then, as soon as I had the door locked on them all, I tore off the little man's clothes again, shied them right and left, and got into bed forthwith. And there I lay, swearing and panting and cooling for a very long time. At last I was calm enough to get out of bed and ring the round-eyed waiter for a flannel nightshirt, a soda and whiskey, and some good cigars. And these things being procured for me, after an exasperating delay that drove me several times to the bell, I locked the door again and proceeded very deliberately to look the entire situation in the face. So sorry. I just noticed something I want to... Everything's working over here. Everything's working very well. Thank you for asking. Well, spoilers for what's behind the camera. It's a lot of sound treatment. It's very echoey in here. Okay. The net result of the great experiment presented itself as an absolute failure. It was a rout, and I was the sole survivor. It was an absolute collapse, and this was the final disaster. There was nothing for it but to save myself, and as much as I could, in the way of prospects, from our debacle. At one fatal crowning blow, all my vague resolutions of return and recovery had vanished. My intention of going back to the moon, of getting a sphere full of gold, and afterwards having a fragment of Cavorite analyzed, and so recovering the great secret, perhaps finally even of recovering Cavor's body, all these ideas vanished altogether. I was the sole survivor. That was all. I think that going to bed was one of the luckiest ideas I've ever had in an emergency. I really believe I should either have got loose-headed or done some indiscreet thing. But there, locked in and secure from all interruptions, I could make out the position in all its bearings, and make out my arrangements at leisure. Of course, it was quite clear to me what had happened to the boy. He'd crawled into the sphere, meddled with the studs, shut the Cavorite windows, and gone up. It was highly improbable he'd even screwed the manhole stopper, and even if he had, the chances were 1,000 to 1 against his getting back. It was fairly evident that he would gravitate with my bales to somewhere near the middle of the sphere, and remain there, and so cease to be a legitimate terrestrial interest, however remarkable he might seem to the inhabitants of some remote quarter of space. I very speedily convinced myself on that point, and as for any responsibility I might have in the matter, the more I reflected upon that, the clearer it became that if I only kept quiet about things, that I need not trouble myself about that. Let's take that line again. As for any responsibility I might have in the matter, the more I reflected upon that, the clearer it became that if only I kept quiet about those things, I need not trouble myself about that. If I was faced by sorrowing parents demanding their lost boy, I had merely to demand my lost sphere, or ask them what they meant. At first I had a vision of weeping parents and guardians, all sorts of complications, but now I saw that I simply had to keep my mouth shut. Nothing in that way could arise. And indeed, the more I lay and smoked that thought, the more evident became the wisdom of impenetrability. It is, after all, within the right of every British citizen, provided he doesn't commit damage nor indecorum, to appear suddenly, wherever he pleases, and as ragged and filthy as he pleases, with whatever amount of virgin gold he sees fit to encumber himself, and no one has any right at all to hinder or detain him in this procedure. I formulated that at last to myself, and repeated it over as a sort of private Magna Carta of my liberty. Once I had put that issue on one side, I could take up and consider in an equable manner certain considerations I had scarcely dared to think of before, namely those arising out of the circumstances of my bankruptcy. But now, looking at this matter calmly and at leisure, I could see that if I suppressed my identity by a temporary assumption of a less well-known name, if I retained that 2 months' beard that had grown upon me, well, the risks of annoyance from the spiteful creditor, to whom I have already alluded, became very small indeed. From that to a definite course of rational worldly action was plain sailing. It was all amazingly petty, no doubt, but what was there remaining for me to do? Whatever I did, I was resolved that I'd keep myself level and right side up. I ordered up writing materials and addressed a letter to the New Romney Bank, the nearest bank, the waiter informed me, telling the manager I wished to open an account with him, and requesting him to send 2 trustworthy persons, properly authenticated, in a cab with a good horse, to fetch some hundredweight of gold with which I happened to be encumbered. I signed the letter Blake, which seemed to me to be a thoroughly respectable sort of name. This done, I got a Folkestone blue book, picked out an outfitter, and asked him to send a cutter to measure me for the dark tweed suit, ordering at the same time a valise, dressing bag, brown boots, shirts, a hat to fit, and so on and so forth. And from a watchmaker I also ordered a watch. And these letters being dispatched, I had up as good a lunch as the hotel could give, then lay smoking a cigar, as calm and ordinary as possible, until, in accordance with my instructions, 2 duly authenticated clerks came from the bank and weighed and took away my gold. After which I pulled the clothes over my ears in order to drown any knocking, and went very comfortably to sleep. I went to sleep. No doubt it was a prosaic thing for the first man back from the moon to do. I can imagine that the young and imaginative reader will find my behavior disappointing, but I was horribly fatigued and bothered. Confound it! What else was there to do? There certainly was not the remotest chance of my being believed if I'd told my story then, and it would certainly have subjected me to intolerable annoyances. I went to sleep. When at last I woke again, I was ready to face the world as I've always been accustomed to face it, since I came to years of discretion. And so I got away to Italy, and there it is I'm writing this story. If the world will not have it as fact, then the world may take it as fiction. It's no concern of mine. Now that the account is finished, I'm amazed to think how completely this adventure is done and gone with. Everybody believes that Cavour was a not very brilliant scientific experimenter who blew up his house and himself at Lipna, when they explained the bang that followed my arrival at Littlestone by a reference to the experiments with explosives that are going on continually at the government establishment of Lydd 2 miles away. I must confess that hitherto I've not acknowledged my share in the disappearance of Master Tommy Simmons, which was the little boy's name. That, perhaps, may prove a difficult item of corroboration to explain away. They account for my appearance in rags with 2 bars of indisputable gold upon the little stone beach in various ingenious ways. Doesn't worry me what they think of me. They say I've strung all these things together to avoid being questioned too closely as to the source of my wealth. I'd like to see the man who could invent a story that would hold together like this one. Well, they must take it as fiction. There it is. I've told my story, and now, I suppose, I have to take up the worries of this terrestrial life again. Even if one has been to the moon, one still has to earn a living. So here I am, working at Amalfi on the scenario of that play that I sketched before Cavour came walking into my world. I'm trying to piece my life together as it was before ever I saw him. I must confess that I find it hard to keep my mind on the play when the moonshine comes into my room. It is full moon here, and last night I was out on the pergola for hours, staring away at the shining blankness that hides so much. Imagine it. Tables and chairs, trestles and bars of gold. Confound it, if only one could hit on that Cavorite again, but a thing like that doesn't come twice in a life. Here I am, little better off than I was at Limpna, and that is all. And Cavour has simply committed suicide in a more elaborate way than ever any human being did before. So the story closes as finally and completely as a dream. It fits so little in with the other things of life. So much of it is utterly remote from the human experience. The leaping, the eating, the breathing, these weightless times. Indeed, there are moments when, in spite of that moon gold, I do more than half believe that myself, the whole thing, was a dream. Ah, okay, so there's he's like, oh yeah, that's the story. I'm like, what else are they gonna do? It's apparently like an epilogue of a kind. There is, there is more. I was like, what are they gonna do for the last, 2 or 3 chapters? We're about to find out. With chapter 22, the astonishing communication of Mr. Julius Wendigy. When I had finished my account of my return to the earth at Littlestone, I wrote the end, made a flourish, and threw my pen aside, fully believing that the whole story of the first men in the moon was done. Not only had I done this, but I had placed my manuscript in the hands of a literary agent, permitted it to be sold, had seen the greater portion of it appear in a Strand magazine, and was setting to work again upon the scenario of the play I'd commenced at Limpna before I realized that the end was not yet in sight. And then, following me from Amalfi to Algiers, there reached me, it's now about 6 months ago, one of the most astounding communications I've ever been fated to receive. Briefly, it informed me that Mr. Julius Wendigy, a Dutch electrician, who has been experimenting with certain apparatus akin to the apparatus used by Mr. Tesla in America, in hope of discovering some method of communication with Mars, was receiving, day by day, a curiously fragmentary message in English, which was indisputably emanating from Mr. Cavour in the moon. At first I thought the thing was an elaborate practical joke by someone who had seen the manuscript of the narrative. I answered Mr. Wendigy jestingly, but he replied in a manner that put such suspicion altogether aside, and in a state of inconceivable excitement I hurried from Algiers to the little observatory upon the Monte Rosa on which he was working. In the presence of his record and his appliances, and above all the messages from Cavour that were coming to hand, my lingering doubts vanished. I decided at once to accept a proposal he had made to me to remain with him, assisting him to take down the record from day to day, and endeavoring with him to send a message back to the moon. Cavour, we learnt, was not only alive, but free in the midst of an almost inconceivable community of these ant-like beings, these ant-men in the blue darkness of the lunar caves. He was lamed, it seemed, but otherwise in quite good health. Better health, he distinctly said, than he usually enjoyed on Earth. He had had a fever, but it left no bad effects. But curiously enough, he seemed to be laboring under a conviction that I was either dead in the moon crater or lost in the deep of space. I mean, I guess if you had, underwent a disabling injury to one of your legs, being in like 1/6 Earth gravity would make it a lot easier to continue to be an able-bodied person. You'd kind of just have a limp, a lot less weight on a damaged leg. His message began to be received by Mr. Wendigy when that gentleman was engaged in quite a different investigation. The reader will no doubt recall the little excitement that began that century, arising out of the announcement by Mr. Nikola Tesla, the American electrical celebrity, that he had received a message from Mars. His announcement renewed attention to a fact that had long been familiar to scientific people, namely that from some unknown source in space, waves of electromagnetic disturbance entirely similar to those used by Signor Marconi for his wireless telegraphy were constantly reaching the Earth. Besides Tesla, quite a number of other observers have been engaged in perfecting apparatus for receiving and recording these vibrations, though few would go so far as to consider them actual messages from some extraterrestrial sender. Among the few, however, we must certainly count Mr. Wendigy. Ever since 1898, he devoted himself almost entirely to the subject, and being a man of ample means, he had erected an observatory on the flanks of Monte Rosa, in a position singularly adapted in every way for such observations. My scientific attainments, I must admit, are not particularly great, but so far they enable me to judge that Mr. Wendigy's contrivances for detecting and recording any disturbances in the electromagnetic conditions of space, they're singularly original and ingenious. By a happy combination of circumstances, they were set up and in operation about 2 months before Cavour made his first attempt to call up the Earth. Consequently, we have fragments of his communication even from the beginning. But unhappily, they are only fragments, and the most momentous of all the things that he had to tell the humanity, the instructions, that is, for the making of Cavorite, if indeed he ever transmitted them, have throbbed themselves away, unrecorded, into space. We never succeeded in getting a response back to Cavour. He was unable to tell, therefore, what we had received or what we'd missed, nor indeed did he certainly know that anyone on Earth was really aware of his efforts to reach us. The persistence he displayed in sending 18 long descriptions of lunar affairs, as they would be if we had them complete, shows how much his mind must have turned back toward his native planet since he left it 2 years ago. You can imagine how amazed Mr. Wendigy must have been when he discovered his record of electromagnetic disturbances interlaced by Cavour's most straightforward English. Mr. Wendigy knew nothing of our wild journey moonward, and suddenly, this English, out of the void. It's well the reader should understand the conditions under which it would seem these messages were sent. Somewhere within the moon, Cavour certainly had access for a time to a considerable amount of electrical apparatus, and it would seem he rigged up, perhaps furtively, a transmitting arrangement of the Marconi type. Here he was able to operate it at irregular intervals, sometimes for only half an hour or so, sometimes for 3 or 4 hours at a stretch. At these times he transmitted his earthward message, regardless of the fact that the relative position of the moon and points upon the Earth's surface is constantly altering. As a consequence of this, and of the necessary imperfections of our recording instruments, his communication comes and goes in our records in an extremely fitful manner. It becomes blurred, it fades out in a mysterious and altogether exasperating way. And added to this is the fact that he was not an expert operator. He had partly forgotten, or never completely mastered, the code in general use, and as he became fatigued, he dropped word and misspelt in a curious manner. Altogether, we've probably lost quite half the communications that he'd made, and much of it we have is damaged, broken, and partly effaced. In the abstract that follows, the reader must be prepared, therefore, for a considerable amount of break, hiatus, and change of topic. Mr. Wendigy and I are collaborating in a complete and annotated version of the Cavor's records, which we hope to publish, together with a detailed account of the instruments employed, beginning with the first volume in January next. That'll be the full scientific report, of which this is the only popular transcript. But here we give at least sufficient to complete the story I've told, to give the broad outlines of the state on the other worlds so near, yet so dissimilar to our own. Chapter 23. An abstract of the 6 messages first received from Mr. Cavor. The 2 earlier messages of Mr. Cavor may very well be reserved for that larger volume. They simply tell, with greater brevity and a difference in several details that is interesting, but not of any vital importance, the bare facts of the making of the sphere and our departure from the world. Throughout, Cavor speaks of me as a man who is dead, but with a curious change of temper as he approaches our landing on the moon. "Poor Bedford," he says of me, and this "poor young man," and he says to himself, for inducing a young man, by no means well equipped for such adventures, to leave a planet on which he was indisputably fitted to succeed on so precarious a mission. I think he underrates my part in I think he underrates the part my energy and practical capacity played in bringing about the realization of his theoretical sphere. "We arrived," he says, with no more account of our passage through space than as if we'd made a journey of common occurrence in a railway train. Then he becomes increasingly unfair to me. Unfair, indeed, to an extent I should not have expected a man trained in the sciences to be. Looking back over any previously written account of these things, I must insist I've been altogether juster to Cavor than he has been to me. I have extenuated little and suppressed nothing, but his account is. It speedily became apparent that the entire strangeness of our circumstances and surroundings, great loss of weight, attenuated but oxygenated air, consequent exaggeration of the results of the muscular effort, rapid development of weird plants from obscure spores, a lurid sky, it was exciting for my companion, unduly. On the moon his character seemed to deteriorate. He became impulsive, rash, and quarrelsome. In a little while his folly in devouring some gigantic vesicles and his consequent intoxication led to our capture by the Selenites, even before we had the slightest opportunity of properly observing their ways. He says, you observe, nothing of his own concession of these same vesicles. And he goes on from that point to say that when we came to a difficult passage with them, and Bedford, mistaking certain gestures of theirs, pretty gestures they were, gave way to a panicked violence. He ran amok, killed 3 of them, and perforce I had to flee with him after the outrage. Subsequently, we fought with a number who endeavored to bar our way, and slew 7 or 8 more. It says much for the tolerance of these beings that on my recapture I was not instantly slain. We made our way to the exterior, and separated in the crater of our arrival to increase our chances of recovering the sphere, but presently I came upon a body of Selenites, led by 2 who were curiously different, even in form, from any of these we'd seen hitherto, with larger heads and smaller bodies, and much more elaborately wrapped about. And after evading them for some time, I fell into a crevasse, cut my head rather badly, displaced my patella, and finding crawling very painful, decided to surrender, if they'd still permit me to do so. This they did, and perceiving my helpless condition, carried me with them again into the moon. And of Bedford I have heard or seen nothing more, nor, so far as I can gather, has any Selenite. Either the night overtook him in the crater, or else, which is more probable, he found the sphere, and, desiring to steal a march upon me, made off with it.
only I fear to find it uncontrollable and to meet a more lingering fate in outer space." And with that, Cavour dismisses me and goes on to more interesting topics. I dislike the idea of seeming to use my position as his editor to deflect his story in my own interest, but I'm obliged to protest here against the turn he gives these occurrences. He said nothing about the gasping message on the blood-stained paper which he told, or attempted to tell, a very different story. The dignified self-surrender is an altogether new view of the affair that's come to him. I must insist, since he began to feel secure among the lunar people, and as for the stealing a march conception, I'm quite willing to let the reader decide between us on what he has before him. I know I'm not a model man, I've made no pretense to be, but am I that? However, that's the sum of my wrongs. From this point I can edit Cavour with an untroubled mind, for he mentions me no more. It would seem the Selenites who had come upon him carried him to some point in the interior down a great shaft by means of what he describes as a sort of balloon. We gather from the rather confused passage in which he describes this, and from a number of chance allusions and hints at other subsequent messages, that this great shaft is one of an enormous system of artificial shafts that run, each from what's called a lunar crater, downward from very nearly 100 miles toward the central portion of the satellite. These shafts communicate by transverse tunnels. They throw out abysmal caverns and expand into great globular places. The whole of the moon's substance is for 100 miles inward, indeed, a mere sponge of rock. Partly this sponginess is natural, but very largely it is due to the enormous industry of the Selenites in the past. The enormous circular mounds of excavated rock and earth that form these great circles about the tunnels, known to earthly astronomers, misled by a false analogy, as volcanoes. It was down this shaft they took him, in this sort of balloon he speaks of, at first into an inky blackness, then into a region of continually increasing phosphorescence. Cavour's dispatches show him to be curiously regardless of this detail for a scientific man, but we gather that this light was due to the streams and cascades of water, no doubt containing some phosphorescent organism, that flowed ever more abundantly downward toward the central sea. And as he descended, he says, the Selenites also became luminous. And at last, far below him, he saw, as it were, a lake of heatless fire, the waters of that central sea glowing and eddying in strange perturbation, like luminous blue milk that's just on the boil. This is the lunar sea, and it is not a stagnant ocean. A solar tide sends it in a perpetual flow around the lunar axis. Strange storms and boilings and rushings of its waters occur. At times cold winds and thunderings that are sent out of it into the busy ways of the ant-hill above. It's only when the water is in motion that it gives out light. In its rare seasons of calm, it's black. Commonly, when one sees it, its waters rise and fall in an oily swell. Flakes and big shafts of shining, bubbly foam drift with a sluggish, faintly glowing current. The Selenites navigate its cavernous straits and lagoons in little shallow boats of canoe-like shape, and even before my journey to the galleries about the Grand Lunar, who is the master of the moon, I was permitted to make a brief excursion on its waters. The caverns and passages are naturally very tortuous. A large proportion of these ways are known only to expert pilots among the fishermen, and not infrequently Selenites are lost forever in their labyrinths. In the remoter recesses, I am told, strange creatures lurk, some of them terrible and dangerous creatures that all the science of the moon has been unable to exterminate. There is particularly the Rapha, an inextricable mass of clutching tentacles that one hacks to pieces, that only multiply, and the Z, a darting creature that's never seen, so suddenly and subtly it does slay. He gives us a gleam of description. I was reminded on this excursion what I've read of the Mammoth Caves. If only I had a yellow flambeau instead of the pervading blue light, and a solid-looking boatman with an oar instead of a scuttle-faced selenite working an engine at the back of the canoe, I could have imagined that I'd suddenly gotten back to Earth. The rocks about us were very various, sometimes black, sometimes pale blue and veined, and once they flashed and glittered as though we'd come into a mine of sapphires. And below one saw the ghostly phosphorescent fishes flash and vanish in the hardly less phosphorescent deep. Then presently a long ultramarine vista down the turgid stream of one of the channels of traffic, and a landing stage, then perhaps a glimpse up the enormous crowded shaft of one of the vertical ways. In one great place, heavy with glistening stalactites, a number of boats were fishing. We went alongside one of these and watched the long-armed selenites winding in a net. They were little hunchbacked insects with very strong arms, short bandy legs, and crinkled face masks. As they pulled at that net, it seemed the heaviest thing I could come upon on the moon. It was loaded with weights, no doubt of gold, and it took a long time to draw, for in those waters the larger and more edible fish lurked deep. The fish in the net came up like a blue moonrise, a blaze of darting, tossing blue. Among their catch was a many-tentaculate, evil-eyed black thing that was ferociously active, whose appearance they greeted with shrieks and twitters, and which, with quick, nervous movements, they hacked to pieces by means of small hatchets. All its dissevered limbs continued to lash and writhe in a vicious manner. Afterwards, when fever had hold of me, I dreamt again and again of that bitter, furious creature rising so vigorously and actively out of the unknown sea. It was the most active and malignant thing of the living creatures I have yet seen in this world, alongside the moon. The surface of the sea must be very nearly 200 miles, if not more, below the level of the moon's exterior. All the cities of the moon lie, I learnt, immediately above the central sea, in such cavernous spaces and artificial galleries as I have described. They communicate with the exterior by enormous vertical shafts, which open invariably in what are called earthly astronomers, earthly astronomy, the craters of the moon. The lid covering one such aperture I had already seen during the wanders that had preceded to my capture. Upon the condition of this less central portion of the moon, I have not yet arrived on very precise knowledge. There's an enormous system of caverns in which the moon calves shelter during the night, and there are abattoirs and the like. In one of these it was that Bedford and I fought with the Selenite butchers, but I have yet seen balloons laden with meat descending out of the upper dark. I have as yet scarcely learned as such of these things as a Zulu in London much would learn about the British Crown supplies the same name. It's clear, however, these vertical shafts and the vegetation of the surface must play an essential role in ventilating and keeping fresh the atmosphere of the moon. At one time, and particularly in my first emergence from prison, there was certainly a cold wind blowing down the shaft, and later there was a kind of sirocco upward that corresponded with my fever. For at the end of about 3 weeks I felt ill of an indefinable sort of fever, and in spite of sleep and the quinine tablets that fortunately I'd brought in my pocket, I remained ill and fretting miserably, almost to the time when I was taken into the presence of the Grand Lunar, who was master of the moon. I will not dilate on the wretchedness of my condition, he remarks, during these days of ill health, and he goes on with great amplitude the details that I had omitted here. My temperature kept abnormally high for a long time. I lost all desire for food. I had stagnant waking intervals, and sleep tormented by dreams, so at one phase, I remember, was so weak as to be earth-sick and almost hysterical. I longed almost intolerably for color to break the everlasting blue. He reverts again, presently, to the topic of the sponge-caught lunar atmosphere. I'm told by astronomers and physicists that all he tells is in absolute accordance with what was already known of the moon's condition. Had earthly astronomers had the courage and imagination to push home a bold induction, says Mr. Wendigy, they might have foretold almost everything that Cavour has to say about the general structure of the moon. They know pretty certainly that the moon and earth are not so much satellite and primary as smaller and greater sisters, made out of one mass and consequently made out of the same material. Since the density of the moon is only 3/5 of that of the earth, there can be nothing for it but that she's hollowed out by a great system of caverns. There was no necessity, said Sir Jabez Flap, FRS, that the most entertaining exponent of the facetious side of the stars, that we should ever have gone to the moon as to find out such easy inferences, and points the pun with an allusion to Gruyere, but he certainly might have announced the knowledge of the hollowness of the moon before. And if the moon is hollow, then the apparent absence of air and water is, of course, quite easily explained. The sea lies within the bottom of the caverns, and the air travels through the great sponge of galleries. In accordance with the simple physical laws, the caverns on the moon, on the whole, are very windy places. As the sunlight comes around the moon, the air. Click. As the sunlight comes around the moon, the air in the outer galleries on that side is heated. Its pressure increases. Some flows out of the exterior and mingles with the evaporating air of the craters, where the plants remove its carbonic acid, while the greater portion flows round through the galleries to replace the shrinking air of the coming side, or the cooling side that is through the galleries to replace the shrinking air on the cooling side that the sunlight has left. There is, therefore, a constant eastward breeze in the air of outer colonies. There is therefore a constant eastward breeze in the air of the outer colonies, and an upflow during the lunar day. Up the shafts, complicated, but of course very greatly by varying the stripe at the galleries and the ingenious contrivances of the Selenite mind. So what I'm reading is they're tuning instruments to be affected and produce tone by the air evaporating and not evaporating. It's very, very strange, if you ask me anyway. Alright, before we dive into the next chapter, I need some caffeine. I've been very dozy, and standing only helped for a little while, which means it's caffeine time. Advisable at this hour? Perhaps not. Am I going to anyway? Yes. Everyone say hi to the sourdough starter. His name is Blob. What tea do I want? I think, Bravo, apparently, is the tea that I want. No, it's not actually. What do I want? What do I have? This. Do I have? I don't have a ton of that. I'm gonna save that. Sorry, I'm going through the tea drawer slightly off camera. I want to give you all a few options to pick from. That's too much caffeine at this hour. Ooh, I forgot I had this. That's definitely an option tonight. this open? This isn't open? How did I not open this? That's a perfectly good gunpowder tea. Well then. Okay. Two options, chat. If you would so like to help me choose, I could have a little bit of this silver needle tea. It's a white tea. Very lovely. Does not take very long to steep at all. Or, option number 2 is this rose oolong, which I have not opened yet, but I love the concept of. Option number 3 here is a black tea that I am getting much lower on than I would like. It's like it's a black tea that's a very specific strain of black tea. So feel free to vote in chat. I know what I want, but I want to see if you all have opinions on the caffeine of choice tonight. I'm just sick of being mildly sleepy. You know? No one is in chat to help me make this decision. Alright. Rose oolong sounds tempting. I figured it was just you over there, Gariki. Rose oolong does sound very tempting. I agree. I'm gonna go with the rose oolong, actually. I don't wanna... I will have fancier teas on a night that is not this one, I think. So, that means we will open the rose oolong tea, like so. It's got a little pull tab. Oh, it didn't make the little like zzz noise, but it has a little pull tab, and then now it's just like it's a resealable bag. I just bonked the heck out of the mic. I'm very sorry about that. Oh, this smells lovely. Good choices. How much does this say? 1 to 2 teaspoons for 8 fluid ounces, so this should be plenty. Okay, and now the best part, we get to wait around for the kettle to boil. During which point we can talk about this and that and the other thing, you know, stuff. Don't worry, we will leave the world's favorite co-host of all of the podcast, my dear sourdough starter, Blob, on camera so everyone can see. Everyone observe the boy. Wave hello. He's a good yeast lad. I grew him myself. And he has been slowly evolving as I travel all over the place. Because, you know, the whole thing with a sourdough starter is that it takes on different strains of yeast based on what's naturally in the flour already. You know, from the being ground from the wheat berries. And so my sourdough starter has just been slowly but surely taking on unique character as I flit from place to place. The jar is not very clean, and for that I apologize, but I've been busy. Now we wait. We wait for a little while the water boils. Well, actually, I need to stop it before it boils, huh? Because this is an oolong. What temperature does it suggest? 180. So I get to stand. So I get to sit over here and look off camera at the kettle while I wait for it to boil. Wait for it to come up to temp. Because I need to keep an eye on the size of the bubbles in the water to get the right temperature. Because this is not a fancy kettle. This is just one of those that detects a certain volume of steam bubbling off of it, as all simple kettles do. Come on, kettle, go burr. Hello, Burry. You know, you should have waited for me to be done getting up and down before you did this. You know that, sir. There. Water's ready. Maybe. Yes. All right, and then how long do I steep this? Question of the day. 3 to 5 minutes, so 4 minutes it is. Four minutes, starting now. I'm very excited about this one. It's been sitting in my cabinet for a while. Uh, it's been sitting in my cabinet for a while, and every time I see it, I go, oh man, I can't wait to drink that one. It looks really good. Let me set a timer, actually. 3:30. I should really have just like I used to have, it's not set up anymore, but I used to have a series of NFC tags, you know, the things you tap against the things you tap against another thing and they're close field, near field encodement, basically. Near field channel probably is what NFC stands for. But these near field tags, and each tag was set up for a specific to tell my phone to do a specific timer, and so I just had a series of these tags set up. Originally, they were stuck on top of specific T-tins, but eventually, I just realized that it would be more helpful to hi, to set a set of them up as the most common tea brewing times for me, which are usually about a minute and a half, about 4 minutes, and there was another 7 minutes for the yerba, and there was a few others that I had determined at the time, and they were all in a line on this little board that sat where I normally brewed my tea, and I would just tap my phone down on the correct timer for the correct tea. Library, library, are you sure you should be licking my legs, sir? I appreciate your efforts to try and keep me clean, but I don't think licking my jorts is a good way to do it. Yeah. He's like, wait, no, the internet could see me doing that. I better just lay down. Yeah, that's much better. Why don't we just lay down? But yeah, I had this little thing. I had this like set of like just automatic like just doot, and my phone would activate the timer. I don't uh I don't have them with me anymore, which I really should just bring them along and like stick them to the fume hood above my stove or something. I should also stick a tag next to my doorway so I can turn certain settings on or off on my phone. Just because there's certain settings that I want on my phone when I am outside my house, but not any other time. You know, it'd be nice, and it would save me a lot of like fiddling with settings in the car as I'm about to go somewhere. But I've been looking forward to this one. I've been looking forward to this one a lot, and I'm glad that Paper Cuts finally gave me an excuse to brew it. We've got about 30 seconds left on it. I will give you all some basic tasting notes once I give it a sip. I may have added a few too many leaves, but that just means I can use them more than once. It's fine. Or it's going to be very strong, or both of those things. Really depends on the variety of tea. Some of them, if you put a little too much, you can just use there it is. Tea time, everyone. It is tea time. Time for tea. Where is my mug? I would also like to point out that, yes, I do have a Harry Potter mug, but only because... Oh no, did I drop it again? Is it broken further? Oh, I'm gonna be so mad if this is broken. Yup, it's broken further. I love that for me. I'm gonna put normal water in this for a second just to make sure it holds water. Because I don't want to pour this into the mug and then have the mug explode. Or, like, start leaking all over the place. That's always very inconvenient. Let me just place some water in here to make sure it doesn't leak. Because if it doesn't leak, it's fine. I had glued this mug back together because it's the nicest. It's of a very useful size. Is the sentence I was trying to say before I noticed it had another crack in it. I dropped it earlier today and I was very worried about whether it was going to crack, and it did. So if this randomly starts leaking tea all over my lap, we know why. I do have other mugs, they're just not as large. I just like having a very large format mug for my large cup of tea needs. Oh, the smell's divine. Absolutely fantastic smell. This is likely still too hot for me to drink, right? Yes. Oh, but you're watering it down. Yeah, I'm also making it a drinkable temperature. Remain calm. Goriki says, when I buy mugs, I don't settle for less than 500 mils. Half a liter. How big is this mug? I'm sure it says on the bottom. Unfortunately, it says on the bottom. So I'm going to have to take a picture with my cellular tellular and find out. Yeah, I love having big mugs around. What does this say? Oh, it's mirrored. Love that. I'm going to have to sit here and fuss out reading backwards text. I love reading backwards text. It's my favorite. You just bought two at 720 mils. Those sound like very good-sized mugs. Does this say how big it is, or is it just like... No, it's just copyright information. That's very helpful. Thank you. Anyway, this is a large mug. mm. Mm-hmm. 720 is about 24 ounces, two standard cans. That's a pretty good size. That's a pretty good size. Yeah, I know how much like a half a liter is. Because, like, well, yeah, I would know. This is about 500. This is about 500 mils. Uh, just because of I know because my kettle measures in mils. Uh, mm, mm-hmm, mm. I'm so glad that OBS filtered out all my obnoxious tea tasting noises just now. Um, very, very good. It's pretty much exactly what you'd expect from the name on the tin. Uh, there's immediately a note of the base oolong tea, which is this is a really good oolong. I think Stash has a very good reputation for having really good base leaves that they layer flavors on top of. Um, but it's a very good like oolong as a base, and then just there is just a note. This blue one and a red one. An Amazon link. I have to click that. Message copied. Let me just open that to see what your mugs look like, sir. Oh, okay. It's a big like metal thermos looking lad. All right. Yeah, you really aim for the big one. I really do wish that more American items allowed for being measured in milliliters. It feels easier, especially with water because a milliliter is also a gram. So I can just like drop water in the kitchen scale and know how much water I have. Like for example, my bread recipe uses 250 milliliters of water. I just pour until the number on the scale says 250. It's easy. Uh, but anyway, yeah, this tea it's very much exactly what you would expect from the ingredients in it. It's just like some dried rose petals and a very nice oolong tea, and it very much tastes like that. There's just that nice base of really good oolong, and then just kind of like as a flavor note sprinkled on top of it is this rose petal hit. I think it's very nice. Anyway, chapter 24, the natural history of the Selenites. The messages of Cavour from the sixth up to the 16th are for the most part so much broken, and they abound so in repetitions that they scarcely form a consecutive narrative. They will be given in full, of course, in the scientific report, but here it will be far more convenient to continue simply to abstract and quote, as in the former chapter. We have subjected every word to a keen critical scrutiny, and my own brief memories and impressions of lunar things have been of inestimable help in interpreting what otherwise would have been impenetrably dark. And naturally, as living beings, our interest centers far more upon the strange community of lunar insects in which he was living, it would seem, as an honored guest, than upon the mere physical condition of their world. I've already made it clear, I think, that the Selenites I saw resembled man in maintaining an erect attitude, in having 4 limbs, and I have compared the general appearance of their heads and the jointing of their limbs to that of insects. I've mentioned, too, the peculiar consequence of the smaller gravitation of the moon on their fragile slightness. Cavour confirms me upon all these points. He calls them animals, though of course they fall under no division of classification of earthly creatures, and he points out that the insect type of anatomy had, fortunately for men, never exceeded a relatively very small size on Earth. Well, the largest terrestrial insects, living or extinct, do not, as a matter of fact, measure 6 inches in length. Not anymore, but at the time. But here, against the lesser gravitation of the moon, a creature, certainly as much as an insect as vertebrate, seems to have been able to attain to human and ultra-human dimensions. He does not mention the ant, but throughout his allusions, the ant is continually being brought before my mind in its sleepless activity, in its intelligence and social organization, its structure, and more particularly in the fact that it displays, in addition to the two forms, the male and female form that almost all other animals possess, a number of other sexless creatures, workers, soldiers, the like, differing from one another in structure, character, power, and use, and yet all the members of the same species. For these Selenites also have a great variety of forms. Of course, they are not only colossally greater in size than ants, but also, in Cavor's opinion at least, in intelligence, morality, and social wisdom, are they colossally greater than men. And instead of the 4 or 5 different forms of ant that are found, there are almost innumerably different forms of selenite. I had endeavored to indicate the very considerable difference observable in such selenites of the outer crust as I had happened to encounter. The differences in size and proportions were certainly as wide as the difference between the most widely separated races of men, but such differences I saw fade to absolutely nothing in comparison with the huge distinctions of which Cavor tells. It would seem the exterior selenites I saw were indeed mostly engaged in kindred occupations, mooncalf herds, butchers, fleshers, and the like. But within the moon, practically unsuspected by me, there are, it seems, a number of other sorts of selenite, differing in size, differing in relative size of part to part, differing in power, appearance, yet not different species of creatures, but only different forms of one, and retaining, through all their variations, a certain common likeness that marks their specific unity. The moon is, indeed, a sort of vast ant-hill, only instead of there being only 4 or 5 sorts of ant, there are many hundred different sorts of selenite, and almost every gradation between one sort and the other. It would seem the discovery came upon Cavor very speedily. I infer, rather than learn from his narrative, that he was captured by the mooncalf herds under the direction of those other selenites who have larger brain cases, heads, and very much shorter legs. Finding he would not walk even under the goad, they carried him into darkness, crossed a narrow plank-like bridge that may have been the identical bridge I refused, and put him down in something that must have seemed at first to be some sort of lift. This was the balloon. It certainly had been absolutely invisible to us in the darkness, and what seemed to me a mere plank walking into the void was really, no doubt, the passage of a gangway. In this he descended toward constantly more luminous caverns of the moon. At first they descended in silence, save for the twitterings of the selenites, then into a stir of windy movement. In a little while the profound blackness that had made his eyes so sensitive, he began to see more and more the things about him, and at last the vague took shape. Conceive an enormous cylindrical space. Cavor says this in his 7th message. A quarter of a mile across, perhaps, very dimly lit at first, then brighter, with big platforms twisting down its side in a spiral that vanishes at last below in a blue profundity, and lit even more brightly, one could not tell how or why. Think of the well of the very largest spiral staircase or lift shaft you've ever looked down, and magnify that by 100. Imagine that at twilight you'd seen through the blue glass. Imagine yourself looking down that, only imagine that you also feel extraordinary light and have got rid of any giddy feeling you might have on earth. And you will have the first conditions of my impression. Round this enormous shaft, imagine a broad gallery running in a much steeper spiral than would be credible on Earth, and forming a steep road, protected from the gulf only by a little parapet that vanishes at last in perspective a couple miles below. Looking up, I saw the very fellow of the downward vision. It had, of course, the effect of looking into a very steep cone. The wind was blowing down the shaft, and far above, I fancy I heard, growing fainter and fainter, the bellowing of the moon calves that were being driven down again from their evening pasturage on the exterior. And up and down the spiral galleries were scattered numerous moon people, pallid, faintly luminous beings, regarding our appearance or busied on unknown errands. Either I fancied it, or a flake of snow came drifting down on the icy breeze. And then, falling like a snowflake, a little figure, a little man-insect clinging to a parachute, drove down very swiftly toward the central places of the moon. The big-headed Selenite sitting beside me, seeing me move my head with the gesture of one who saw, pointed with his trunk-like hand and indicated a sort of jetty coming into view very far below, a little landing stage, as it were, hanging into the void. As it swept up toward us, our pace diminished very rapidly. In a few moments, as it seemed, we were abreast of it and at rest. A mooring rope was flung and grasped. I found myself pulled down to level with a great crowd of Selenites who jostled to see me. It was an incredible crowd. Suddenly and violently there was forced upon my attention the vast amount of difference there is amongst the beings of the moon. Indeed, there seemed not two alike in all that jostling multitude. They differed in shape, size, they rang all the horrible changes on the theme of the Selenite form. Some bulged and overhung, some ran about among the feet of their fellows. All of them had a grotesque and disquieting suggestion of an insect that had somehow contrived to mock humanity, but all seemed to present an incredible exaggeration of some particular feature. One had a vast right forelimb, an enormous antennal arm, as it were. One seemed all leg, poised as it were on stilts. Another protruded the edge of his face mask into a nose-like organ that made him startlingly human until someone saw his expressionless, gaping mouth. The strange, and except for the want of mandibles and palps, most insect-like head of the mooncalf strikers underwent indeed the most incredible transformations. Here it was broad and low, here high and narrow. Here its leathery brow was drawn out into horns and strange features. Here it was whiskered and divided, there with a grotesquely human profile. One distortion was particularly conspicuous. There were several brain cases, distended like bladders to a huge size, with a face mask reduced to quite small proportions. There were several amazing forms with heads reduced to microscopic proportions, and blobby bodies, fantastic flimsy things that existed, as it seemed, only as a basis for vast trumpet-like protrusions of the lower part of the mask. And honest of it all, as it seemed to me for the moment, two or three of these weird inhabitants of the subterranean world, a world sheltered by innumerable miles of rock from sun or rain, carried umbrellas in their tentacular hands. Real terrestrial-looking umbrellas. Then I thought of the parachutist I'd watched ascend. These moon people behaved exactly as a human crowd might have done in a similar circumstance. They jostled and thrust one another. They shoved one another's side. They even clambered upon one another to get a glimpse of me. Every moment they increased in numbers and pressed more urgently upon the discs of my ushers. Cavour does not explain what he means by this. Every moment fresh shapes emerged from the shadows and forced themselves upon my astounded attention. And presently I was signed and helped onto a sort of litter and lifted up on the shoulders of a strong-armed bearer, so borne through the twilight over this seething multitude toward the apartments that were provided for me in the moon. All about me were eyes, faces, masks, a leathery noise like the rustling of beetle wings, and a great bleating and cricket-like twittering of Selenite voices.
We gather he was taken to a hexagonal apartment, and there, for a space, he was confined. Well, there's for a space, everybody drink. Afterwards, he was given a much more considerable liberty. Indeed, almost as much freedom as one has in a civilized town on earth. And it would appear that the mysterious being, who is the ruler and master of the moon, appointed two Selenites with large heads to guard and study him, and to establish whatever mental communications were possible with him. And, amazing and incredible as it may seem, these two creatures, these fantastic man-insects, these beings of the other world, were presently communicating with Cavour by means of terrestrial speech. Cavour speaks of them as Fiu and Saipuff. Fiu, he says, was about 5 feet high. He had slender, small legs, about 18 inches long, and a slight feet of a common lunar pattern. On these balanced a little body, throbbing with the pulsations of his heart. He had long, soft, many-jointed arms, ending in a tentacled grip, and his neck was many-jointed in the usual way, but short and thick. His head, says Cavour, apparently alluding to some previous description that's gone astray in space, is of the common lunar type, but strangely modified. The mouth has the usual expressionless gape, but it's unusually small and pointing downward. The mask is reduced to the size of a large flat nose flap on either side of the little eyes. The rest of the head is distended into a huge globe, and the chitinous leathery cuticle of the mooncalf herds thins out to a pure membrane, through which the pulsating brain movements are distinctly visible. He's a creature, indeed, with a tremendously hypertrophied brain, and the rest of his organism both relatively and absolutely dwarfed. In another passage, Cavour compares the back view of him to Atlas supporting the world. Sipuff, it seems, was a very similar insect, but his face was drawn out to considerable length, and the brain hypertrophy was being in different regions. His head was not round, but pear-shaped, with a stalk downward. There were also litter carriers, lopsided beings with enormous shoulders, very spidery ushers, and a squat foot attendant in Cavour's retinue. The manner in which Few and Sipuff attacked the problem of speech was fairly obvious. They came into this hexagonal cell which Cavour was confined, and began imitating every sound he made, beginning with a cough. He seems to have grasped their intention with great quickness, and to have begun repeating words to them and pointing to indicate the application. The procedure was probably always the same. Fayou would attend to Cavour for a space, and then point also, and say the word he'd heard. For a space, everybody drink. We are all going to be so hydrated by the end of this book. Anyway, the first word he mastered was man, and the second moony, which Cavour, on the spur of the moment, seems to have used instead of selenite for the moon race. As soon as Few was assured of the meaning of the word, he repeated it to Sipuff, who remembered it infallibly. They mastered over 100 English nouns at their first session. Subsequently, it seems they brought an artist with them to assist the work of explanation with sketches and diagrams, Cavour's drawings being rather crude. He was a being with an active arm and an arresting eye, and he seemed to draw with incredible swiftness. The 11th message is undoubtedly only a fragment of a longer communication. After some broken sentences, the record of which is unintelligible, it goes on. It'll interest only linguists, and delay me too long to give the details of the series of intent parleys of which these were the beginning, and indeed I very much doubt if I could give in anything like the proper order all the twistings and turnings we made in our pursuit of mutual comprehension. Verbs were soon plain sailing, at least such active verbs as I could express by drawings. Some adjectives were easy, but when it came to abstract nouns, to prepositions, the sort of hackneyed figures of speech by which so much is expressed on earth, it was a little like diving in cork jackets. Indeed, these difficulties were insurmountable until to the sixth lesson came a fourth assistant, a being with a huge football-shaped head, whose forte was clearly the pursuit of intricate analogy. He entered in a preoccupied manner, stumbling against the stool, and the difficulties that arose he had to be presented to him in a certain amount of clamor and hinting and prickling before they reached his apprehension, but once he was involved, his penetration was amazing. And whenever there came a need of thinking beyond Few's by no means limited scope, this prolate-headed person was in request. Invariably he told the conclusion to Sipuff in order that it might be remembered. Sipuff was ever the arsenal for facts, and so we advanced again. It seemed long and yet brief, a matter of days before I was positively talking with these insects of the moon. Of course, at first it was an intercourse infinitely tedious and exasperating, but imperceptibly it had grown to comprehension, and my patience had grown to meet its limitations. Fayou is doing all the talking.
He does it with a vast amount of meditative professional and has caught up one or two phrases, if I may say, if you understand, and beads all his speech with them. Thus he would discourse. Imagine him explaining his artist. He, if I may say, draw. Eat little, drinks little, draw, love draw, no other thing. Hate all who not draw like him, angry. Hate all who draw like him, better. Hate most people, hate all who not think all world for to draw, angry. All things mean nothing to him, only draw. He like you, if you understand, new thing to draw. Ugly, striking, He, and he turned to Side-Puff. Love remember words. Remember wonderful more than say. Think no, draw no, remember. Say, here he referred to his gifted assistant for a word. Histories, all things, he hear once and say forever. It's more wonderful to me than I dreamt that anything could ever be again, to hear in this perpetual obscurity these extraordinary creatures, for even familiarity fails to weaken the inhuman effect of their appearance, continually piping a nearer approach to coherent earthly speech, asking questions, giving answers. I feel I'm casting back to the fable-hearing period of childhood again, when the ant and the grasshopper talked together, and the bee juggled between them. And while the linguistic exercises were going on, Cavour seems to have experienced a considerable relaxation of his confinement. The first dread and distrust of our unfortunate conflict had aroused is being continually effaced by the deliberate rationality of all I do. I'm now able to go and come as I please, or I'm restricted only for my own good. So it is that I've been able to get at this apparatus, and, assisted by a happy find among the material that's littered in this enormous store cave, I've contrived to dispatch these messages. So far, not the slightest attempt has been made to interfere with me in this, though I've made it quite clear to few that I'm signaling to the earth. You talk to other? He asks, watching me. Others, as I say. Others, oh yes, men. And so I went on transmitting. Cavour was continually making corrections in his previous accounts of the Selenites, as fresh facts flowed upon him to modify his conclusions, and accordingly one gives the quotations that follow a certain amount of reservation. They're quoted from 9th, 13th, and 16th messages, and altogether vague and fragmentary as they are, they probably give as complete a picture of the social life of this strange community that mankind can now hope to have for many generations. In the moon, every citizen knows his place. He's born to that place, and the elaborate discipline of training and education and surgery he undergoes fits him at last so completely to it that he has neither ideas nor organs for any purpose beyond it. Why should he, few would ask? If, for example, a Selenite is destined to be a mathematician, his teachers and trainers set out at once to that end. They check any incipient disposition to other pursuits. They encourage his mathematical bias with a perfect psychological skill. His brain grows, or at least the mathematical faculties of his brain grow, and the rest of him only so much as is necessary to sustain the essential part of him. At last, save for rest and food, his one delight lies in the exercise and display of his faculty. His one interest in its appreciation, his sole society with other specialists in his own line. His brain grows continually larger, at least so far as the portions engaging in mathematics are concerned. They bulge ever larger, and seem to suck all life and vigor from the rest of his frame. His limbs shrivel, his heart and digestive organs diminish, his insect face is hidden under its bulging contours. His voice becomes a mere stridulation for the stating of formulae. He seems deaf to all but properly enunciated problems. The faculty of laughter, save for the sudden discovery of a paradox, is lost to him. His deepest emotion is the evolution of a novel computation. So he attains his end. Or again, a Selenite appointed to be a minder of mooncalves is from his earliest years induced to think and live the mooncalf, to find his pleasure in mooncalf lore, his exercise their tending and pursuit. He's trained to become wiry and active, his eyes inundated to the tight wrappings, the angular contours that constitute smart mooncalfishness. He takes at last no interest in the deeper part of the moon. He regards all Selenites not equally versed in mooncalves with indifference, derision, or hostility. His thoughts are of mooncalf pastures, his dialect accomplished mooncalf technique. so also he loves his work and discharges in perfect happiness the duty that justifies his being. And so it is with all sorts and conditions of Selenites. Each is a perfect unit in a world machine. These beings with big heads, on whom the intellectual labors fall, form a sort of aristocracy in this strange society, and at the head of them, quintessential of the moon, is the marvelous gigantic ganglion, the grand lunar, into whose presence I am finally to come. The unlimited development of the minds of the intellectual class is rendered possible by the absence of any bony skull in the lunar anatomy, the strange box of bone that clamps about the developing brain of man, imperiously insisting that this far and no farther to all his possibilities, while they fall into three main classes differing greatly in influence and respect. Their administrators, of whom few is one, Selenites of considerable initiative and versatility, responsible each for a certain cubic content of the moon's bulk. The experts, like the football-headed thinker, who are trained to perform certain special operations, and the erudite, who are repositories of all knowledge. To the latter class belongs Saipuff, the first lunar professor of terrestrial languages. With regard to these latter, it's a curious little thing to note that the unlimited growth of the lunar brain has rendered unnecessary the inventions of all those mechanical aids to brain work which have distinguished the career of man. There are no books, no records of any sort, no libraries, nor inscriptions. All knowledge is stored in distended brains, much as the honey ants of Texas store honey in their distended abdomens. The lunar Somerset House and The Lunar Somerset House and the Lunar British Museum Library are collections of living brains. The less specialized administrators, I note, do for the most part take a very lively interest in me whenever they encounter me. They'll come out of the way and stare at me and ask questions to which few will reply. I see them going hither and thither with a retinue of bearers, attendants, shouters, parachute carriers, and so forth. Strange groups to see. The experts, for the most part, now ignore me completely, even as they ignore each other, or notice me only to begin a clamorous exhibition of their distinctive skill. The erudite, for the most part, are wrapped in an impervious and apoplectic complacency, from which only a denial of their erudition can rouse them. Usually they are led about by little watchers and attendants. Often there are small and active-looking creatures, small, female usually, that I'm inclined to think are a sort of wife to them, but some of the profounder scholars are altogether too great for locomotion. They're carried from place to place in a sort of sedan tub, wobbling jellies of knowledge that enlist my respectful astonishment. I have just passed one in coming to this place, where I am permitted to amuse myself with the electrical toys. A vast, shaven, shaky head, bald and thin-skinned, carried on his grotesque stretcher. In front and behind came his bearers. Curious, almost trumpet-faced news disseminator shrieked his name. I've already mentioned the retinues that accompany most of the intellectuals, ushers, bearers, valet, extraneous tentacles and muscles, as it were, to replace the abortive physical powers of these hypertrophied minds. Porters almost invariably accompany them. There are also extremely swift messengers with spider-like legs and hands for grasping parachutes, and attendants with vocal organs that could well nigh wake the dead. Apart from their controlling intelligence, these subordinates are as inert and helpless as umbrellas in a stand. They exist only in relation to the orders they have to obey, the duties they have to perform. The bulk of these insects, however, go to and fro upon the spiral ways. They fill the ascending balloons and drop past me, clinging to flimsy parachutes, are, I gather, of the operative class. Machine hands, indeed. Some of these are in actual nature. It's no figure of speech. The single tentacle of the mooncalf herd is profoundly modified for clawing, lifting, guiding, the rest of them no more than necessary subordinate appendages to these important parts. Some, I suppose, deal with bell-striking mechanisms, have enormously developed auditory organs. Some, whose work lies in delicate chemical operations, project a vast olfactory organ. Others, again, have flat feet for treadles with ankylosed joints, and others, who I've been told are glass-blowers, seem mere lung-bellows. But every one of these common Selenites I've seen at work is exquisitely adapted to the social need it meets. Fine work is done by fine down workers, amazingly dwarfed and neat. Some I can hold in the palm of my hand. There's even a sort of a turnspit selenite, very common, whose duty and only delight it is to apply the motive power for various small appliances. To rule over these things and order any erring tendency there might be in some aberrant natures of the most muscular beings I've seen in the moon, a sort of lunar police, who must have been trained from their earliest years to give a perfect respect and obedience to the swollen heads. The making of these various sorts of operative must be a very curious and interesting process. I'm very much in the dark about it, but quite recently I came upon a number of young Selenites confined in jars from which only the forelimbs protruded, who were being compressed to become machine makers of a special sort. The extended hand in this highly developed system of technical education is stimulated by irritants and nourished by injection, while the rest of the body is starved. Fiu, unless I misunderstood him, explained that in the earlier stages these strange little creatures are apt to display signs of suffering in their various cramped situations, but they easily become indurated to their lot, and he took me on where a number of flexible-minded messengers were being drawn out and broken in. It's quite unreasonable, I know, but such glimpses of the educational methods of these beings affect me disagreeably. I hope, however, that they may pass off, and I may be able to see more of this aspect of their wonderful social order. That wretched-looking hand tentacle sticking out of the jar seemed to have sort of a limp appeal for lost possibilities. It haunts me still, although, of course, it's really, in the end, a far more humane proceeding than our earthly method of leaving children to grow into human beings, then making machines out of them. Quite recently, too, I think it was on the 11th or 12th visit I made to this apparatus, I had a curious light upon the lives of these operatives. I was being guided through a short cut hither instead of going down the spiral, and by the quays to the central sea. From the devious windings of a long, dark gallery, we emerged into a vast, low cavern pervaded by an earthly smell, and as things go in this darkness, rather brightly lit. This light came from a tumultuous growth of lively fungoid shapes, some indeed singularly like our terrestrial mushrooms, but standing as higher than a man. Moonies eat these? Said I to Fiu. Yes, food. Goodness me, what's that? My eye had just caught the figure of an exceptionally big and ungainly selenite lying motionless amongst the stems, face downward. We stopped. Dead? I asked, for as yet I've seen no dead in the moon. I've grown curious. No! Exclaimed Fiu. Him worker. No work to do. Get little drink then. Make sleep till him we want. What good him wake, eh? No want him walking about. There's another, I cried I. And indeed, all that huge extent of mushroom ground was, I found, peppered with these prostrate figures, sleeping under an opiate till the moon had need of them. There were scores of them of all sorts, able to turn over some of them and examine them more precisely than I had ever been able to do previously. They breathed noisily at my doing so, but didn't wake. One I remember very distinctly. He left a strong impression, I think, because some trick of the light in his attitude was strongly suggestive of a drawn-up human figure. His forelimbs were long, delicate tentacles. He was some kind of refined manipulator, and the pose of his slumber suggested a submissive suffering. No doubt it was a mistake for me to interpret his expression in that way, but I did. And as Fiu rolled him over into the darkness among the livid fleshiness again, I felt a distinctly unpleasant sensation, as though he rolled the insect in him was confessed. Hi, Raz. Happy to have you around. It simply illustrates the unthinking way in which one acquires habits of feeling. To drug the worker one does not want and toss him aside is surely far better than to expel him from the factory to wander starving in the streets. In every complicated social community, there is necessary for a certain intermittency of employment for all the specialized labor, and in this way the trouble of an unemployed problem is altogether anticipated. And yet, so unreasonable are even scientifically trained minds, I still do not like the memory of those prostrate forms amidst those quiet, luminous arcades of fleshy growth, and I avoid that shortcut in spite of the inconveniences of the longer, more noisy, and more crowded alternative. Alright, I'm getting sick of hearing this very nosy voice of Cavor as I'm reading. I'm just going to read his dialogue in his voice, and we're just gonna stick to normal voice now. My alternative route takes me round by a huge shadowy cavern, very crowded and clamorous, and here it is I see peering out of the hexagonal openings of a sort of honeycomb wall, or parading a large open space behind, or selecting the toys and amulets made to please them by the dainty tentacled jewelers who work in kennels below, the mothers of the moon world, the queen bees, as it were, of the hive. They're noble-looking beings, fantastically and sometimes quite beautifully adorned, with a proud carriage, and, save for their mouths, almost microscopic heads. Of the condition of the moon sexes, marrying and giving in marriage, and of birth and so forth among the Selenites, I have as yet been able to learn very little. With the steady progress of few in English, however, my ignorance will no doubt steadily disappear. I am of an opinion, as with the ants and bees, there's a large majority of the members in this community of a neuter sex. Of course, on earth, in our cities, there are many now who never live that life of parentage which is the natural life of man. Here, as with ants, this thing has become a normal condition of the race, and the whole of such replacement as is necessary falls upon this special and by no means numerous class of matrons, mothers of the moon world, large and stately beings beautifully fitted to bear a larval Selenite. Unless I misunderstand an explanation of Theus, they're absolutely incapable of cherishing the young they bring into the moon. Periods of foolish indulgence alternate with moods of aggressive violence, and as soon as possible the little creatures, who are quite soft and flabby and pale-colored, are transferred to the charge of celibate females, women workers, as it were, who in some cases possess brains of almost masculine dimensions. Just at this point, unhappily, this message broke off. Fragmentary and tantalizing as the matter constituting this chapter is, it does nevertheless give a vague, broad impression of an altogether strange and wonderful world, a world with which our own may have to reckon we know not how speedily. This intermittent trickle of messages, this whispering of a record needle in the stillness of a mountain slope, is the first warning of such a change in human conditions as mankind has scarcely imagined heretofore. In that satellite of ours there are new elements, new appliances, traditions, an overwhelming avalanche of new ideas, a strange race with whom we must inevitably struggle for mastery, gold as common as iron or wood. Mm. Mm-hmm. Something that I've found a lot of oolong teas struggle with is like a very stubborn underlying bitter note, which sometimes the bitterness, like, it gives way to an astringency that's very pleasant, but sometimes it just completely skips over that bitter. Some of the better oolong teas that I've enjoyed, they just completely skip over that bitter, and it's just like slightly astringent and almost tart, which I find really pleasant. And this one, as it's cooling, the bitter is becoming more and more apparent, but it initially does that very pleasant thing of just skipping to a kind of tart astringency that I really like. And as it's cooling, like, this bitter note is becoming more and more evident and kind of overwhelming the rose flavor, which is unfortunate, but it's very good elsewise. Mm. All right, chapter 25, the Grand Lunar. The penultimate message describes, with occasionally elaborate detail, the encounter between Cavor and the Grand Lunar, who's the ruler or master of the moon. Cavor seems to have sent most of it without interference, but to have been interrupted in the concluding portion. The second came after an interval of a week. The first message begins, "At last I am able to resume this." It then becomes illegible for a space, and then after a time resumes in mid-sentence. For a space, everybody drink. The missing words of the following sentence or probably the crowd. There follows quite clearly. Grew ever denser as we drew near the palace of the Grand Lunar, if I may call the series of excavations a palace. Everywhere faces stared at me, blank chitinous gapes and masks, eyes peering over tremendous olfactory developments, eyes beneath monstrous forehead plates, an undergrowth of smaller creatures dodging and yelping, helmet faces poised on sinuous long-jointed necks, appeared craning over shoulders and beneath armpits. Keeping a welcome space about me marched a cordon of stolid, scuttle-headed guards who had joined us on our leaving the boat in which we'd come across the channels of the Central Sea. The quick-eyed artist with the little brain had joined us also, and a thick bunch of lean porter insects swayed and struggled under the multitude of conveniences that were considered essential to my state. I was carried in a litter during the final stage of our journey. This litter was made of some very ductile material that looked dark to me, meshed and woven with bars of paler metal, and about me as I advanced there grouped itself a long and complicated procession. In front, after the manner of heralds, marched 4 trumpet-faced creatures, making a devastating bray. Then came squat, resolute moving ushers, before and behind, and on either hand a galaxy of learned heads, a sort of animated encyclopedia, who were, Fiu explained, to stand about the Grand Lunar for purposes of reference. Not a thing in lunar science, not a point of view or method of thinking that these wonderful beings did not carry in their heads. Followed guards and porters, then Fiu's shivering brain borne also on a litter. Then came Sipuff in a slightly less important litter, then myself on a litter of greater elegance than any other, and surrounded by my food and drink attendants. More trumpeters came next, splitting the ear with vehement outcries, then several big brains, special correspondents one might well call them, or historiographers, charged with the task of observing and remembering every detail of this epoch-making interview. A company of attendants, bearing and dragging banners and masses of scented fungus and curious symbols, vanished in the darkness behind. The way was lined by ushers and officers in caparisons that gleamed like steel, and beyond their line, so far as my eyes could pierce the gloom, the heads of that enormous crowd extended. Enjoy your lurk, Raz. Let me see if I can remember how my bot does that. Lurk. Raz. Yeah, that worked. Alright. I will own that I still am, by no means, indurated to the peculiar effect of the selenite appearance, and to find myself, as it were, adrift on this broad sea of excited entomology was by no means agreeable. Just for a space I had something very like what I should imagine people mean when they speak of the horrors. Well, for a space, everybody drink. It had come to me before in these lunar caverns, when on occasion I found myself weaponless, with an undefended back, amidst a crowd of these selenites, but never quite so vividly. It is, of course, as absolutely irrational a feeling as one could well have, and I hope gradually to subdue it. But just for a moment I swept forward into the welter of the vast crowd, and it was only by gripping my litter tightly and summoning all my willpower that I succeeded in avoiding an outcry or some other such manifestation. It had lasted about perhaps 3 minutes that I had myself in hand again. We ascended the spiral of a vertical way for some time, then passed through a series of huge halls, dome-roofed and elaborately decorated. The approach to the Grand Lunar was certainly contrived to give one a vivid impression of his greatness. Each cavern one entered seemed greater and more boldly arched than its predecessor. This effect of progressive size was enhanced by a thin haze of faintly phosphorescent blue incense that thickened as one advanced, and robbed even nearer figures of clearness. I seemed to advance continually to something larger, dimmer, and less material. I must confess that all this multitude made me feel extremely shabby and unworthy. I was unshaven, unkempt, I'd brought no razor, I'd a coarse beard over my mouth. On earth I've always been inclined to despise any attention to my person beyond proper care for cleanliness, but under the exceptional circumstances in which I found myself representing as I did my planet and my kind, depending very largely upon the attractiveness of my appearance for a proper reception, well, I could have given much for something a little more artistic and dignified than the husks that I wore. I'd been so serene in the belief that the moon was uninhabited as to overlook such precautions altogether. As it was, I was dressed in a flannel jacket, knickerbockers, and golfing stockings, stained with every sort of dirt the moon offered, slippers, of which the left was wanting, and a blanket, through a hole in which I thrust my head. These clothes, indeed, I still wear. Sharp bristles are anything but an improvement to my cast of features. There was an unmended tear at the knee of my knickerbockers that showed conspicuously as I squatted in my litter. My right stocking, too, persisted in getting about my ankle. I'm fully alive to the injustice my appearance did humanity, and if by any expedient I could have improvised something a little out of the way and imposing, I would have done so. But I could hit upon nothing. I did what I could with my blanket, folding it somewhat after the fashion of a toga, and for the rest I sat as upright as the swaying of the litter permitted. Imagine the largest hall you have ever been in, imperfectly lit with blue light and obscured by a gray-blue fog, surging with metallic or livid gray creatures of such a mad diversity as I have hinted. Imagine this hall to end in an open archway, beyond which is a still larger hall, and beyond this yet another and still larger one, and so on. At the end of the vista, dimly seen, a flight of steps, like the steps of Aracoli at Rome, ascend out of the sight. Higher and higher these steps appear to go as one draws nearer their base. But at last I came under a huge archway, and beheld the summit of these steps, and upon it the Grand Lunar exalted on his throne. He was seated in what was relatively a blaze of incandescent blue. This and the darkness about him gave him an effect of floating in a blue-black void. He seemed a small, self-luminous cloud at first, brooding on his somber throne. His brain case must have measured many yards in diameter. For some reason that I cannot fathom, a number of blue searchlights radiated from behind the throne on which he sat, and immediately encircling him was a halo. About him, and little indistinct in this glow, a number of body servants sustained and supported him, and overshadowed, standing in a huge semicircle beneath him, were his intellectual subordinates, his remembrancers and computators, searchers and servants, and all the distinguished insects of the court of the moon. Still lower stood ushers and messengers. Then all down the countless steps of the throne were guards, and at the base an enormous, various, indistinct vanishing at last into an absolute black. A vast swaying multitude of minor dignitaries of the moon. Their feet made a perpetual scraping whisper on the rocky floor as their limbs moved with a rustling murmur. As I entered the penultimate hall, the music rose and expanded into an imperial magnificence of sound, and the shrieks of the news-bearers died away. I entered at last the greatest hall. My procession opened out like a fan. My ushers and guards went right and left. The three litters bearing myself and Fiu and Saipuff marched across a shiny darkness of floor to the foot of the giant stairs. Then began a vast throbbing hum that mingled with the music. The two Selenites dismounted, but I was bidden to remain seated, I imagine as a special honor. The music ceased, but not that humming, and by a simultaneous movement of 10,000 respectful heads, my attention was directed to the enhaloed supreme intelligence that hovered above me. At first, as I peered into the radiating glow, this quintessential brain looked very much like an opaque, featureless bladder, with dim, undulating ghosts of convolutions writhing visibly within. Then, beneath its enormity, and just above the edge of its throne, one saw with a start minute elfin eyes peering out of the glow. No face, but eyes as though they peered through holes. At first I could see no more than these two staring little eyes. Then below I distinguished the little dwarfed body and its insect-jointed limbs shriveled and white. The eyes stared down at me with a strange intensity. The lower part of the swollen globe was wrinkled, ineffectual-looking little hand tentacles, steadying the shape on the throne. It was great. It was pitiful. One forgot the hall and the crowd. I ascended the staircase by jerks. It seemed to me that this darkly glowing brain case above us spread over me and took more and more of the whole effect into itself as I drew nearer. The tiers of attendants and helpers grouped about their master seemed to dwindle and fade into the night. I saw that shadowy attendants were busy spraying the great brain with a cooling spray and patting and sustaining it. For my own part, I sat gripping at my swaying litter and staring at the Grand Lunar, unable to turn my gaze aside. And at last, as I reached a little landing that was separated only by 10 steps or so from the supreme seat, the woven splendor of the music reached a climax and ceased, and I was left naked, as it were, in the vastness, beneath the still scrutiny of the Grand Lunar's eyes. He was scrutinizing the first man he had ever seen. My eyes dropped at last from his greatness to the ant figures in the blue mist about him, then down the steps to the masked Selenites, still and expectant in their thousands, packed on the floor below. Once again an unreasonable horror reached out towards me and passed. After the pause came the salutation. I was assisted from my litter and stood awkwardly while a number of curious and no doubt deeply symbolical gestures were vicariously performed for me by 2 slender officials. The encyclopedic galaxy of the learned that had accompanied me to the entrance of the last hall appeared 2 steps above me and left and right of me, in readiness for the Grand Lunar's need, and Few's pale brain had placed itself about halfway up to the throne in such a position as to communicate easily between us without turning his back on either the Grand Lunar or myself. Cypuff took up a position behind him. Dexterous ushers sidled sideways toward me, keeping a full face to the presence. I seated myself Turkish fashion. Say that 5 times fast. I seated myself Turkish fashion, and Few and Cypuff also knelt down above me. There came a pause. The eye of the nearer court went from me to the Grand Lunar and came back to me, and a hissing and piping of expectation passed across the hidden multitudes below and ceased. That humming ceased. For the first and last time in my experience, the moon was silent. I became aware of a faint, wheezing noise. The Grand Lunar was addressing me. It was like the rubbing of a finger upon a pane of glass. I watched him attentively for a time, then glanced at the alert Fiu. I felt, amidst these slender beings, ridiculously thick and fleshy and solid, my head all jaw and black hair. My eyes went back to the Grand Lunar. He'd ceased. His attendants were busy, and his shining superficies were glistening and running with cooling spray. Few meditated through an interval. He consulted Cypuff, then he began piping his recognizable English, at first a little nervously, so that he was not very clear. The Grand Lunar wishes to say, he gathers you are men, that you are a man from the planet Earth. He wishes to say that he welcomes you, and wishes to learn, if I may use the word, the state of your world, and the reason why you came to this. He paused, and I was about to reply when he resumed. He proceeded to remarks of which the drift was not very clear, though I'm inclined to think that they were very intended to be contemporary. He told me that the earth was to the moon, that the sun is to the earth. The Selenites desired very greatly to learn about the earth and men. He then told me, no doubt in compliment also, the relative magnitude and diameter of earth and moon, and the perpetual wonder and speculation with which the Selenites had regarded our planet. I meditated this for a long moment with downcast eyes, and decided to reply that men too had wondered what might lie in the moon, and had judged it dead, little reckoning of such magnificence as I'd seen that day. The Grand Lunar, in token of recognition, caused his long blue rays to rotate in a very confusing manner, and all about the great hall ran the pipings and whisperings and rustlings of the report of what I'd just said. He then proceeded to put to you a number of inquiries which were easier to answer. He understood, he explained, that we lived on the surface of the earth, he explained, that we lived on the surface of the earth, that our air and sea were outside the globe. The latter part, indeed, he already knew from astronomical specialists. He was very anxious to have more detailed information of what he called this extraordinary state of affairs, for from the solidity of earth there had always been a disposition to regard it as uninhabitable. He endeavored, first, to ascertain the extremes of temperature to which we earth beings were exposed, and he was deeply interested by my descriptive treatment of clouds and rain. His imagination was assisted by the fact that the lunar atmosphere in the outer galleries of the night side is not infrequently very foggy. He seemed inclined to marvel that we did not find the sunlight too immense for our eyes, and was interested in my attempt to explain that the sky was tempered to a bluish color through the refraction of the air, though I doubt if he clearly understood that. I explained how the iris of the human eye can contract the pupil and save the delicate internal structure from the excess of sunlight, and was allowed to approach within a few feet of the presence in order that the structure might be seen. This led to a comparison of the lunar and terrestrial eyes. The former is not only excessively sensitive to such light as men can see, but it can also see heat, and every difference in temperature within the moon renders objects visible to it. The iris was quite a new organ to the Grand Lunar. For a time he amused himself by flashing his rays into my face and watching my pupils contract. As a consequence, I was dazzled and blinded for some little time. But in spite of that discomfort, I found something reassuring by insensible degrees in the rationality of this business of question and answer. I could shut my eyes, think of my answer, and almost forget that the Grand Lunar has no face. When I had descended again to my proper place, the Grand Lunar asked how we sheltered ourselves from the heat and the storms. I expounded to him the arts of building and furnishing. Here we wandered into misunderstandings and cross-purposes, due largely, I must admit, to the looseness of my expressions. For a long time I had great difficulty in making him understand the nature of a house. To him and his attendant Selenites it seemed, no doubt, the most whimsical thing in the world that men should build houses when they might descend into excavations, and additional complications were introduced by the attempt I made to explain that men had originally begun their homes in caves, that they were now taking their railways and many establishments below the surface. Here I think a desire for intellectual completeness betrayed me. There was also a considerable tangle due to an equally unwise attempt on my part to explain about minds. Dismissing this topic at last in an incomplete state, the Grand Lunar inquired what we did with the interior of our globe. A tide of twittering and piping swept into the remotest corners of that great assembly, when it was at last made clear that we men knew nothing, absolutely nothing, of the contents of the world upon which the immemorial generations of our ancestors had been evolved. 3 times I had to repeat that all the 4,000 miles of distance between the earth and its center men knew vaguely only to the depth of a mile, and I understood that the Grand Lunar, to ask why I had come to the moon, seeing we'd scarcely touched our own planet yet, but he didn't trouble me at that time to proceed to an explanation, being too anxious to pursue the details of the mad inversion of all his ideas. He reverted to the question of weather, and I tried to describe the perpetually changing sky, and snow and frost and hurricanes. But when the night comes, he would ask, is it not cold? And I told him it was colder than by day. Does not your atmosphere freeze? I told him that it didn't. It was never cold enough for that. Our nights were so short. Not even liquefy? I was about to say no, but then it occurred to me that at least one part of our atmosphere, the water vapor of it, does sometimes liquefy and form dew, and sometimes freeze and form frost. a process perfectly analogous to the freezing of all the external atmosphere of the moon during its longer night. I made myself clear on this point, and from that the Grand Lunar went on to speak with me of sleep. For the need of sleep that comes regularly every 24 hours to all things is part also of our earthly inheritance. On the moon they rest only at rare intervals and after exceptional exertions. Then I tried to describe him the soft splendors of a summer night, and from that I passed to the description of those animals that prowl by night and sleep by day. I told him of lions and tigers, and here it seemed as though he'd come into a deadlock. For save in their waters, there are no creatures in the moon, uh, uh, will not, or there are no creatures in the moon not absolutely domestic and subject to his will, and so it has been for immemorial years. They've got monstrous water creatures, but no evil beasts, and the idea of anything strong and large existing outside in the night is very difficult for them. The record here is too broken to transcribe for the space of perhaps 20 words or more. For the space. He talked with his attendants, I suppose, upon the strange superficiality and unreasonableness of man, who lives on the mere surface of a world, a creature of waves and winds and of all the chances of space, who cannot even unite to overcome the beasts that prey upon his kind, and yet who dares to invade another planet. During this aside I sat thinking. Then at his desire I told him of the different sorts of men, and he searched me with questions. For all sorts of work you have the same sort of men. Who thinks? Who governs? I gave him an outline of the democratic method. When I had done, he ordered cooling sprays upon his brow, then requested me to repeat my explanation, conceiving something had miscarried. Did they not do different things, then? Said Fiu. Some, I admitted, were thinkers, some officials, some hunted, some were mechanics, some artists, some toilers, but all rule. And have they not different shapes to fit them to their different duties? None that you can see, except perhaps for clothes. Their minds perhaps differ a little.
Their minds must differ a great deal, said the Grand Lunar, or they would all want to do the same things.
In order to bring myself into a closer harmony with his preconceptions, I said that his surmise was right. It's all hidden in the brain, I said, but the difference was there. Perhaps if one could see the minds and souls of men, they would be as varied and unequal as the Selenites. There were great men, small men, men who could reach out far and wide, men who could go swiftly, noisy, trumpet-minded men, and men who could remember without thinking, and the record is indistinct for 3 more words. He interrupted me to recall me to my previous statements. You said all men rule? To a certain extent, I said, and made, I fear, a denser fog with my explanation. He reached out to a salient fact.
Do you mean there's no grand earthly?
I thought of several people, but assured him finally that there was none. I explained that such autocrats and emperors as we had tried upon earth usually ended in drink or vice or violence. The large and influential section of the people of the earth to which I belonged, the Anglo-Saxons, did not mean to try that sort of thing again, at which the Grand Lunar was even more amazed. How do you keep even such wisdom as you have? He asked, and I explained to him the way we helped our limited, a word omitted here, probably brains, with libraries of books. I explained to him how our science was growing by the united labors of innumerable small men, and on that he made no comment, save that it was evident we'd mastered much in spite of our social savagery, or we could not have come to the moon. Yet the contrast was very marked. With knowledge the Selenites grew and changed. Mankind stored their knowledge about them and remained brutes, equipped. He said this, and here there's a short piece of the record indistinct. He then caused me to describe how we went about this earth of ours. I described to him our railways and ships. For a time he could not understand that we had had the use of steam only 100 years, but when he did, he was clearly amazed. I may mention as a singular thing that the Selenites use years to count by just as we do on earth, though I can make nothing of their numerial system. That, however, doesn't matter because few understands ours. From that I went on to tell him that mankind had dwelt in cities for only 9 or 10,000 years, that we were still not united in one brotherhood, but under many different forms of government. This astonished the Grand Lunar very much when it was made clear to him. At first he thought we referred merely to administrative areas. Our states and empires are still the rawest sketches of what order will some day be, I said, and so I came to tell him. At this point, a length of record that's probably 30 or 40 words is totally ineligible, or illegible, rather. The Grand Lunar was greatly impressed by the folly of men in clinging to the inconvenience of diverse tongues. They want to communicate and yet not to communicate, is what he said to me, and for a long time he questioned me closely concerning war. He was at first perplexed and incredulous. You mean to say, he asked, seeking confirmation, that you run about over the surface of your world, this world, whose riches you've scarcely begun to scrape, killing one another for beasts to eat? I told him that was perfectly correct, and he asked for particulars to assist his imagination. But do not ships in your poor little cities get injured? I found the waste of property and conveniences seemed to impress him almost as much as the killing. Tell me more. Make me see pictures. I cannot conceive these things. And so, for a space, though something loath, I told him of the story of earthly war. For a space, everybody drink. Ooh, that was very loud. I'm sorry. Everybody drink. I told him of the first orders and ceremonies of war, of the warnings and ultimatums, the marshalling and marching of troops. I gave him an idea of maneuvers, positions, battle joins. I told him of sieges and assaults, of starvation and hardship in trenches, of sentinels freezing in the snow. I told him of routs and surprises, desperate last stands, faint hopes, and the pitiless pursuit of, of fugitives and the dead upon the field. I told, too, of the past, uh, of invasions and massacres, of the Huns and Tartars and the wars of Mahomet and the Caliphs and of the Crusades, and as I went on, and few translated, the Selenites cooed and murmured in a steadily intensified emotion. I told them an ironclad could fire a shot of a ton, 12 miles, go through 20 feet of iron, how we could steer torpedoes under water. I went on to describe a Maxim gun in action, what I could imagine of the Battle of Colenso. The Grand Lunar was so incredulous he interrupted the translation of what I had said in order to have my verification of my account. They particularly doubted my description of the men cheering and rejoicing as they went into battle. But surely they did not like it, translated Fiu. I assured them that men of my race considered battle the most glorious experience of life, at which the whole assembly was stricken with amazement. But what good is this war? Asked the Grand Lunar, sticking to his theme. Oh, for good. It thins the population. Why should there be a need? There came a pause, the cooling sprays impinging upon his brow, and he spoke again. At this point, oh, it just cuts. At this point, a series of undulations that have been apparent as a perplexing complication, as far back as Cavor's description of the silence that fell before the first speaking of the Grand Lunar, become confusingly predominant in the record. These undulations are evidently the results of radiations proceeding from a lunar source, and their persistent approximation to the alternating signals of Cavor is curiously suggestive of some operator deliberately seeking to mix them in with his message and render it illegible. At first they're small and irregular, so that with a little care and the loss of very few words we've been able to disentangle Cavor's message. Then they become broad and larger, and suddenly they are irregular, with an irregularity that gives the effect of at last someone scribbling through a line of writing. For a long time, nothing can be made at this madly zigzagging trace. Then quite abruptly, the interruption ceases, leaves a few words clear, and then resumes and continues for the rest of the message, completely obliterating whatever Cavor was attempting to transmit. Why, if this is indeed a deliberate intervention, The Selenites should have preferred to let Cavour go on transmitting his message in happy ignorance of their obliteration of his record, when it was clearly quite in their power, and much more easy and convenient for them to stop his proceedings at any time, is a problem to which I can contribute nothing. The thing seems to have happened so, and that's all that I can say. The last rag of your description of the Grand Lunar begins mid-sentence. Interrogated me very closely upon my secret. I was able in a little while to get an understanding with him, and at last to elucidate what has been a puzzle to me ever since I realized the vastness of their silence, namely, how it is they themselves have never discovered Cavorite. I find they know of it as a theoretical substance, but they've always regarded it as a practical impossibility. For some reason, there's no helium in the moon, and helium, across the last letters of helium, slashes their resumption of that obliterating trace. Note the word secret, for on that, and that alone, I base my interpretation of the message that follows, the last message, as both Mr. Wendigy and myself now believe it to be, that he's ever likely to send us. Ooh. The Selenites are like, we're sick of you telling the world all of our secret stuff. We're interrupting your transmissions. Bonk. Let us dive into the last message Cavour sent to the Earth, and polish off this book, and then we'll take a little break, and we'll fill the remainder of the time with some short stories. How's that sound? I know we're a little overdue for a BRB, but we also kind of had a little lull there while I was making tea. Anyway, Chapter 26, The Last Message Cavour Sent to the Earth. On this unsatisfactory manner, the penultimate message of Cavour dies out. One seems to see him away there in the blue obscurity amidst his apparatus, intently signaling us to the last, all unaware of the curtain of confusion that drops between us, all unaware, too, of the final dangers that even then must have been creeping upon him. His disastrous want of vulgar common sense had utterly betrayed him. He had talked of war, he had talked of all the strength and irrational violence of men, of their insatiable aggressions, their tireless futility of conflict. He had filled the whole moon world with this impression of our race, and then I think it is plain that he made himself the most fatal admission that hung the possibility, at least for a long time, of any further men reaching the moon. The line the cold, inhuman reason of the moon would take seems plain enough to me, and a suspicion of it, then perhaps some sudden, sharp realization of it, must have come to him. One imagines him about the moon with the remorse of this fatal indiscretion growing in his mind. During a certain time I'm inclined to guess that the Grand Lunar was debating the new situation. For all the time that Cavour may have gone as free, and for all that time, Cavour may have gone as free as he'd ever gone. But obstacles of some sort prevented his getting to the electromagnetic apparatus again after that message I have just given. For some days we received nothing. Perhaps he was having fresh audiences, trying to evade his previous admissions. Who can hope to guess? And then suddenly, like a cry in the night, like a cry that's followed by a stillness, came the last message. It's the briefest fragment, the broken beginnings of 2 sentences. The first was, I was mad to let the Grand Lunar know. Then there was an interval of perhaps a minute. One imagines some interruption from without, a departure from the instrument, a dreadful hesitation among the looming masses of apparatus in that dim, blue-lit cavern, a sudden rush back to it full of resolve that came too late. Then, as if it were hastily transmitted, came, Cavorite made as follows, take. There followed one word, a quite unmeaning word as it stands, Euless. And that's all. It may be that he made a hasty attempt to spell useless when his fate was upon him. Whatever it was that was happening about the apparatus, we cannot tell. Whatever it was, we shall never, I know, receive another message from the moon. For my own part, a vivid dream has come to my help, and I see, almost as plainly as though I'd seen it in actual fact, a blue-lit, shadowy, disheveled Cavour struggling in the grips of these insect Selenites, struggling ever more desperately and hopelessly as they press upon him, shouting, expostulating, perhaps even at last fighting, and being forced backwards step by step out of all speech or sign of his fellows, for evermore into the unknown, into that dark, into the silence that has no end. Well, that's dire. Yeah, that's the end of the first Man in the Moon. He desperately tries to tell the world about how Cavorite works. We know it involves helium in some form or fashion. He desperately tries to tell the world about how Cavorite works to maybe send a rescue party of some kind, but his transmission is jammed, and he just purportedly, I mean, presumably dies alone on the moon. The moon, the Selenites really said, "Oh no, we're not getting colonized. Stop this immediately. Problem solved." Whew. So that was really quite the tale. I really enjoyed that. I enjoyed that a lot. It's very H.G. Wells. Very much, almost stereotypically his sort of right up his alley. I think there was a lot of like thinly veiled social commentary about, you know, people over specializing in H.G. Wells's eyes, uh, already at that point, and it just gets more and more heavy handed and apt feeling the further that we specialize. Like, look at what I do for a living. I tell computers how to make things to get people to click on stuff. You know, I think there's a very powerful social commentary in the tale of how the Selenites work. But you're free to debate that all you like in the comments or in the chat. We are going to be right back, and we'll be back after the breather for a short story. Want to find out which one? You got to stick around. We will be back in around 15 minutes at the latest. Keep one eye on the stream because it tends to vary all the time. Definitely pet your pets for me. Definitely grab some water, especially if you've been drinking along with our. Oh, excuse me. Drinking along with our H.G. Wells water drinking game. You're definitely going to need more water. Use the restroom if you need it. Maybe make a little snack if you're feeling peckish. Take any medications that have been necessary. This is your reminder. If you tend to forget about your medication, and you usually take it around this time, now's your time to take it. Long story short, keep one eye out. We will be right back with a short story to finish out the stream for tonight. Until then, don't antagonize the mods too much, and maybe discuss the story a little bit if you're feeling that. Oh, I'm still muted. I am still muted. No longer. Okay, I have picked a short story. We will hang around for a few moments more just in case anything wants to explode. And then we will get started. Oh, look at there! Nothing's exploded. We take those. Uh, sorry, I'm so used to things exploding when I change scenes at this point. Oh, big stretch, Magnus. I I really wish I could just like have a camera on one of the cats all the time. It would be so nice. But I can't. I would love to just like stick a camera like right here and then just point it at the cat because everybody knows that a sleepy cat is a lovely, lovely sight. So we're gonna dive into uh, cultural exchange by J.F. Bone. This is one of those public domain texts that just didn't get its copyright renewed. You know, that thing that happens before 1979, I believe. Uh, Basically, this is a little newer than the average fare. It's just a random short story that a random short story that didn't get dunked on by copyright law by virtue of nobody noticed or cared. There are piles and piles of these lying around Gutenberg. So I pick up I I tend to sift through Gutenberg and pick those up, and this is one of them. Cultural Exchange by J.F. Bone once again. Uh, the tagline here is, "How could any race look so ferocious and yet be peaceful, and yet devise so nasty a weapon?" That's a that is a that is a clickbait tagline if I've ever seen one. Of course, they're not looking for clicks at that time. They were looking for magazine sales. Still, same thing. Anyway, let's dive into chapter 1 pretty immediately here. I couldn't help listening to the big spaceman sitting alone at the corner table. He wasn't speaking to me, that was certain, nor was his flat, curiously inflected voice directed at anyone else. With some surprise, I realized that he was talking to himself. People don't do that nowadays. They're adjusted. He noticed my raised eyebrows and grinned, his square teeth white against the dark planes of his face. I'm not psycho. It's just a bad habit I picked up on Lyrane. Lyrane? It hasn't been entered on the charts yet, just discovered. His voice was inflected now, and then it changed abruptly. If you must know, this is ethanol, C2H5OH, and I drink it. He looked at me with an embarrassed expression in his blue eyes. Well, it's just that I'm not used to it yet, he explained without explaining. It's easier when I vocalize. You're sure you're all right? Want me to call a psychologician? No, I've been certified. I've just been certified by decontamination. I got a paper to prove it. But I'll draw up a chair. I hate to drink alone, and I love to talk to somebody. I smiled. My talent was working as usual. I can't walk into a bar without someone telling me his life story. Nice old ladies buttonhole me at parties, tell me all about their childhoods. Boys tell me about girls. Girls tell me about boys. Politicians spill party secrets and pass me tips. Something about me makes folks want to talk. It's a talent, and in my business, it's an asset. You see, I'm a freelance writer. Nothing fancy or significant, just news, popular stuff, adventure stories, problem yarns, romances, mysteries. I'll never go down in history as a great or anything, but it's a living. And besides, I meet the damnedest characters. So I sat down. I guess you're not contagious if you've been through decontamination, I said. He looked at me across the rim of an oversized brandy snifter, a Napoleon, I think it's called, and waggled a long forefinger at my nose. Now, the trouble with you groundhogs is you're always thinking we spacers are walking hotbeds of contagion all primed to wreck Earth. You should know better. Anything dangerous has a butt. about as much chance of getting through decontamination as an ice cube's got of getting through a nuclear furnace. Well, there was Martian fever. 3 centuries ago, and you still remember it. There anything else that got anything else got through decontamination since it was set up? Well, no, but that was enough, wasn't it? We still haven't reached the pre-Mars population level. Well, who wants to? He sipped at the brownish fluid in the glass, and a shudder rippled the heavy muscles of his chest and shoulders. He grinned nastily and took a bigger drink. There, that ought to hold you, he muttered. He looked at me, and that odd, embarrassed look glinted in his eyes. I think that did it. No tolerance for alcohol. I gave him my puzzled and expectant look. He countered with a gesture at the nearly empty brandy glass. I got the idea. I signaled auto service, a conditioned reflex developed over years of pumping material out of spacemen, and slipped my ID into the check slot of the robot as it rolled up beside us and waited, humming expectantly. Now rum, Demerara, 4 ounces, the spaceman said. You are cautioned, sir, the auto service said in a flat mechanical voice. Demerara rum is 150 proof, and is not meant to be ingested by terrestrial life forms without prior dilution. Shut up and serve, I said. The robot clicked disapprovingly, gurgled briefly inside its cubicle interior, and extruded a pony glass of brownish liquid. Sir, you will undoubtedly end up in a drunkard's grave, dead of hepatic cirrhosis, it informed me virtuously as it returned my ID card. I glared as I pushed the glass across the table. Robots, I said contemptuously. It was lost on the metallic monstrosity, since it was already gone, rolling away toward another table. The spaceman poured the pony glass into his Napoleon, sniffed appreciatively, sipped delicately, and extended a meaty hand. My name's Halsey, Captain Roger Halsey. I skipper the 244. The Bureau ship that landed this morning? Yeah, I'm one of the Bureau's brave boys. There was a faint sneer in his voice. Good old Bureau of Extraterrestrial Exploration. Busy bee. He failed to pronounce the individual letters. You're a reporter, aren't you? How'd you guess? That little trick of not answering an introduction. Most you sludge pumpers do it. I never knew why. Well, libel and personal privacy laws. You don't know who we are, you can't sue me. Okay, I don't care. Keep your privacy. All I want's someone to talk to. I smiled inwardly. You think my job's exciting? Skipper of an exploration ship, poking my nose in odd corners of the galaxy, seeing what's over the hill? Well, of course. Well, you'd be wrong 99 times out of 100. It's just a job. Most of it's checking. Or did you know that only 1 sun in 10 has planets? Only 1 in 10,000's got a spectrum that'll support human life, and only 1 in 10,000 has any Earth-like qualities? Yeah, so you can imagine how we felt when we ran across Lorraine. He grimaced wryly. I had it on the log as Halsey's planet for nearly 2 weeks before we discovered it was inhabited. So the name was changed. Yeah, too bad. I always did want to have a planet named after you. I'll make it yet. I clucked sympathetically, and Captain Halsey sighed, and this is what he told me. Chapter 2. Well, it's a beautiful world, Lorraine is. Like Earth must have been before it got cluttered up with people. No cities, no smoke, no industrial complexes, just green plains, snowy mountains, dark forests, blue seas, white polar caps, all wrapped in cotton clouds, swimming in the cleanest atmosphere you ever did see. Made my eyes ache to look at it. Affected the crew the same way. We were wild to land on. Came straight in on the equatorial plane till we hit the Van Allen belt, and automatics took over. Stopped dead, matched intrinsics, and skirted the outer band, checking radiation quality, shape of the belt. It was a pure band dipped down at the poles to form entry zones. Not a sign of bulges or industrial contaminants. Naturally, we had everything trained on the planet while making our sweeps. Organic detectors, radar, spectroanalytic probes, all the gadgets the bees equipped us with to make sure the analysis was easy and complete. The readings were so home-light every man was land sick. I wasn't any different from the rest of them, mind, but I was in command, and I had to be cautious about setting the 244 down till we really wrung the analytic data dry. So while the crew grumbled about hanging outside on Skyhook, we kept swinging around in polar orbit till we knew what the world below us looked like a baby knew its mother. Checked clean to 5 decimal places. That's the limit of the gadgets, so paradise. That's what it looked like. Paradise untrod by human feet, and every foot on the ship was itching. "When we gonna land, Skipper?" Alex Baranov asked me. It was a gross breach of discipline, but I forgave him. Alex was a second engineer, an eager kid on his first flight out. Like most youngsters, he thought there was romance in space, but he was land sick right now. Even worse than most of us. Like most kids, he'd leap where angels dread to walk on tiptoe. "We'll land," I assured him. "You'll be down there pretty soon." He hurried off there to tell the others. We set the ship down in the middle of one of the continental land masses, an open plain surrounded by forest, and ran a few more tests before we stepped out, planted a flag, and claimed place for the Confederation. After that, we had an impromptu celebration to thoroughly enjoy the solid feeling of ground under our feet, open sky over our heads. Lasted all of 5 minutes before we came to our senses and posted a guard. All right, I'm gonna divest with this character voice unless he's actively talking, because I don't want to have this accent the whole book. It was 5 minutes too long. Alex Baranov had a chance to get out of sight and go exploring, and like a kid, he took it. We didn't miss him for nearly 10 minutes more, and in 15 minutes a man can cover quite a bit of territory. Anyone see where he went? "He was wearing a Mentacom," one of the crew offered. "Says he wanted to look around." He had no business going off like that." "Well, nobody told him not to," Dan Warren said. Dan was my executive officer and a good hand in case of trouble, but he left the command decisions to me. And of course, I figured that everybody knew the cardinal rule of first landings. Net result was that Alex had disappeared. I went back into the ship and broke out another Mentacom. "Alex, return to ship at once." I can't, Skipper." Alex's projection came back to me. "I'm surrounded." "By what? Where?" "They look sort of human, bigger than us. I'm near the edge of the forest, nearest the ship. I can't do anything. I didn't bring a blaster." There was panic in his thoughts. Then suddenly I saw two hairy bipeds flash across Alex's vision. Both of them were carrying spears. The nearest one jumped and lunged. The scene dissolved in a blaze of red panic. The projection cut off as though someone had turned a switch. I had a fix now and turned to face a knob of forest jutting out into the plain. Near the forest's edge, I saw a flurry of movement that vanished as I watched. "Break out a copter." "Why?" Warren asked. Then I realized that I alone of the crew had seen what happened to Alex. I told them. The search, of course, was unproductive. I didn't expect it to be anything else. I was pretty certain that Alex was a casualty. I'd felt people die while wearing Mentacoms, and the same blank sense of emptiness had blotted out Alex. It was a bad deal all around. I liked the kid. But Alex's death had provided data. This world was inhabited, and the inhabitants weren't friendly. So I had the crew stake out a perimeter which we could energize with the ship's engines, and activated a couple of auto guards for patrol duty. Alex wasn't a pleasant thought, but we weren't equipped to retrieve bodies, so I wrote him in the log as missing and let it go at that. I had to correct the entry a week later when Alex came walking up to the perimeter with just as large as life and, well, just as healthy, wearing a mild sunburn, sheepish expression, and nothing else. The auto guard announced his coming, and I headed the delegation that met him. I read him the riot act, and after I'd finished chewing on him, he was pinker than ever. "Okay, sir, so I was a fool, but they didn't hurt me. They scared me half to death, but once they realized I was intelligent, there was no trouble. They were fascinated by my clothes, and they're pretty strong. They peeled me." "Obviously." "You've got a village back in the woods." He pointed vaguely behind him. It'd pay to take a look at it." "Mr. Baranov, if I don't throw you in the brig for what you've done, it's only 'cause you brought back some information we can use. What are the natives like? What'd they do to you besides making you a striptease artist? What cultural level are they? How many you estimate there are? What do they look like? Get up to the ship, report to Lieutenant Warren for interrogation, and draw some new clothes."
I had the same half-exasperated, half-angry tone that a relieved mother has when one of her youngsters returns home late, but unharmed. Alex must have recognized it because he grinned as he went off. I contacted Warren on the intercom. Dan, Baranov's back, apparently unharmed. I want him given the works. When you've gotten everything you can get, have a man detailed to watch him. If he so much as looks suspicious, have him in the brig. Warren's answering projection had a laugh in it. Always cautious, huh, Skipper? Okay, I'll see that he gets the business. Turned out that Alex didn't have much real information except for the description of the natives, their village, and their attitude toward him. It was about what you'd expect from a kid, interesting, but far from helpful. The delegation of natives showed up half an hour later. They came walking across the open space between the ship and the forest as though they didn't have a care in the world. 4 of them, big, hairy humanoids, carrying spears. They were naked as animals. Not that they needed clothes with all that hair, but just the same, their appearance gave me a queasy feeling, like I was looking at man's early ancestors suddenly come to life. If you can imagine a furry humanoid about 7 feet tall, with the face of an intelligent gorilla and a brain case of a man, you'll have a rough idea what they look like, except for their teeth. Their canines would have fitted better in the face of a tiger and showed at the corners of their wide, thin-lipped mouths, giving them an expression of ferocity. They came trotting straight across the plain, moving with grace and power. All external signs pointed to them to being a carnivorous, primitive race. Hunters, probably. The muscles of my scalp twitched as some deep-buried instinct inside me whispered, competition. I've met plenty of humanoids, but these were the first that roused any emotion other than curiosity. Perhaps it was their fierce appearance, or the bright, half-contemptuous intelligence in their eyes, or maybe even the confident arrogance in their approach, or merely that they looked more like us than the others I'd met. Whatever it was strong, and I had the impression that the feeling was mutual. Stop, I said as they approached the periphery. Why should we? The foremost native replied in perfect Terran. Because that burial burn you to crisp cinder if you don't. That's a good reason, the native said, nodding. Then the delayed reaction took over, and the shock nearly floored me, till I saw that he was wearing Alex's menticom. Well, that explained the language and the feeling of mutual distrust, and it could explain why I thought Alex had died back there in the jungle. A mental communicator snatched from its wearer's head can give that impression. But it raised an entirely new set of questions. Where did this savage learn to operate the circlet? How did he recognize its purpose? I guess I wasn't too smart, because the native was tuned to me. I wasn't shielding my thoughts at all. He chuckled, and it sounded like the purr of a cat. We are not stupid, Earthman. So I see. I am Kawan, chief of this segment. I wish to know why you're here. To survey your world. We're the members of the Bureau of Extraterrestrial Exploration. It's our job to make surveys of planets. Why? For trade, colonization, and exploitation, I answered. There was no sense in giving him a dishonest explanation. With him wearing the communicator, it would have done no good to try. And what have you decided about us? Well, that's not our job. We investigate and report. What happens next isn't our affair. If you're worried, well, don't. There are plenty of worlds available without bothering an inhabited one. Since you're intelligent, we'd probably like to trade, if I'm honest. If you've got anything to trade, but that's up to you, of course. Never intrude where we aren't wanted, as long as we're treated with respect. Now, if you attack us, however, that's a different story. It was the old respect and threat routine. Worked with any primitive race, but I wasn't at all sure it was working now. Strange. I would have sworn you were a predatory race. You're enough like us to be our little cousins. He scratched his head with a surprisingly human gesture. In your position, I would have attacked to show my power and inspire respect. Perhaps you're telling the truth. Well, a predator can grow soft when he's got too much prey. Aye, there's truth in that. What is too easy and how much is too much? Does a man change his habits of eating just because he's fat? Well, you can find out. I did not think that would be wise. Although you're physically weak, you sound confident. Therefore, you're strong. and your strength is to be respected. Let us be friends. We'll make an agreement with you." I shook my head. "It's not our place to make agreements. We only observe." "You've not done much of that," he said pointedly. "You sit here and send your machines over seas and forests, but you do not see for yourselves. You cannot learn this way." "Well, we learn enough." "We've talked of you at our council," Gawain continued. "We think that you should know more before you depart. So we have come to make you an offer. Let 4 of your men come with me, 4 of mine will stay with you. We will exchange, and you can see our ways while we see yours. This will help us understand each other." Well, it sounded reasonable. An exchange of hostages, or maybe call it a cultural exchange if you'd prefer. I told him that I'd think it over and come back tomorrow. He nodded, turned, and, together with his retinue, disappeared into the jungle. We hashed Kwan's proposal over at a board meeting that night and decided that we'd take it. The exact status of Loranian culture worried us. It's a cardinal rule never to underestimate an alien culture or judge it by its surface appearances. So we organized a team that would form our part of the cultural exchange. I would go, of course. If Kawan would visit us, I could hardly stay back. Alex was selected partly because he was an engineer, mostly because he'd been over the ground before. Ed Barger, our ecologist, and Patrick Allardyce, our biologist, made up the remainder of the party. I'd like to take the Padre and Doc, but Doc was more valuable at base, and if I could have only 4 men, I wanted fighting men. "Now we'll take along a tight beam communicator. Couple to our manticoms, it should be able to reach the ship and put what we see and what happens on a permanent record." Then I turned to Dan Warren. "If anything goes wrong, don't try to rescue us. Finish your observations. Get out. You understand? Get those exchange natives into interrogation. Condition them the eyeballs with cooperation dogma. We may need some friends when the second echelon makes a landfall." Warren nodded, and I didn't have to elaborate. The native village was about what I expected from our reconnaissance flights. It was beautifully camouflaged. You couldn't tell it from the rest of the forest, except the trees were larger and were hollow, apparently hewn out with patient care to make a comfortable living space inside. The Ranians lived in one place, if what I could see of their dwellings were any criterion. I wanted to look inside, but Quan hustled us down the irregular street that wound through the grove of giant trees till we finally came to the granddaddy of them all, a trunk nearly 40 feet in diameter. Quan gestured at the tree. "Your house while you were here. We made it for you, Earthmen." His voice came over my Menticom and was duly recorded on the ship, since we were in constant contact, giving our impressions of the place. So far, it was strictly standard operating protocol. "Well, thanks. We appreciate it." I really was touched at this tribute. Kwan had probably evacuated his own house to furnish us quarters where we could be together. The size of it indicated it must be the chief's residence, but like all primitives, he had to lie a little, and the fiction of making this place for us was a way of salvaging pride in the face of our technological superiority. He walked inside, and we followed, expecting to find a gloomy hole, but instead the room glowed with a soft light that came from the walls themselves. The air was cool and comfortable, a pleasing contrast to the heat outside. "What the—" I began, but Allardyce was already peering at the walls, rather. "It's a type of luminous fungus, a saprophyte. Lives on the wood of the tree and gives off light. Pretty clever." I shut my mouth and looked around. There were other rooms opening off this one, and along a wall, a knobby imitation of a staircase led upward to a hole overhead. "Well, that's a regular skyscraper," Ed Barger commented, noting the direction of my gaze. "Well, we shouldn't be crowded at any rate." I'd been noticing something was wrong without realizing it. You know the feeling you get when you've lost something, but you can't quite remember what it was? Then my neurons made connections, and I realized that the communicator and the Menticom were both as dead as if I were in a lead box. Quietly, I moved to the door, and Dan's voice hammered in my ears. "Skipper, answer me! What's wrong?" Well, nothing, Dan. We just went to the quarters they assigned us. Something about 'em blocks transmission and reception. We're all fine." "Oh, for a minute there I was worried."
And one of the boys will call in every 2 hours. If you don't hear from us then it'll be time to do something. Okay, Skipper, but what'll I do? That'll be your decision. You're ranking officer. Dan's chuckle was humorless. Thanks, but I hope we keep on hearing from you. Don't worry, you will. These people look worse than they really are. They've been nice so far, at least. They better stay that way. It was my turn to chuckle. Keep calm and keep your blasters dry. I'm going inside now. You'll hear from us in about 2 hours. Ed Barger looked at me a trifle oddly as I came in through the doorway. A while ago you were laughing at that story Quan was telling us about making this house for us. I caught your undertone. Sure, what about it? Well, I'm not so sure he was lying. Huh? Take a look around you. I did. It was a nice room, considering its origin. Low benches around the walls, a table and 4 chairs in the center, a soft, thick floor covering that was a pleasure. A soft, thick floor covering that was a pleasure to the feet. See anything unusual? No. What about those benches? They're part of the walls, cut out of the tree when it was hollowed out. Cut to our size? I did a double take. Barger was right. The Loranians were 7 feet tall and long-legged, but the benches were precisely right for human sitting, and the table in the center was only 3 feet above the gray floor. Suddenly I didn't feel so good. And these rooms, there are 4 of them. Scared of people our size? Or wait, no, that was Dan. And these rooms, there are 4 of them. Scaled to people our size? I say they modified the joint for us. You still don't get it. This place is living. It's growing. Nothing here except those chairs isn't part of this tree. I'm not sure that they weren't. Besides, how did they know there'd be 4 of us? Well, they could have been hopeful, or maybe 4 is their idea of a delegation. Remember, there were 4 of them that visited us, and that suggested 4 of us visit them. It's obvious, Allardyce added. This place has been made for us. Guan wasn't lying. Barger shook his head. I still don't like it. I think we better get out of here. If there's good biologists, as the tree indicates, they're a class 6 civilization at least. We're not set up to handle levels that high. I don't think that's necessary, Allardyce said. They don't seem unfriendly. Until they do, we're better off sitting pat and playing the cards as they're dealt. We can always warn the ship in case anything goes wrong. Don't be jumpy. I told you they were all right. They grew the place for me. It's just grown a little since. I made a non-committal noise. It's true. While I was here, I needed quarters, and nobody wanted me in with them. I got some custom about not letting strangers in their houses after sunset, so I took a sapling and sprayed it with some gunk, and by the next afternoon I had a one-room house. Where'd you stay the first night? In one of the trees down the street, he pointed through the door. It was some sort of strange warehouse, no air conditioning, blacker than the inside of the coal sack. Rain's pretty bad at night. They had to give me some shelter. He was right on time with his last statement, because the skies opened up and started to pour. The 4-hour evening rain had begun. It had fascinated at first, the regularity with which the evening showers arrived and left, but our meteorologist assured us that it was a perfectly natural phenomenon in a planet with no axial tilt. Well, but growing of trees in a day is fantastic. What's more, it's unbelievable, downright not so fantastic. This isn't really a tree, it's a cycad, related to a horsetail fern back on Earth. They grow pretty fast anyway, they might grow faster here. Besides, the Loranians could have some really potent growth stimulants. In our hydroponic stations, we use Delta Gibberellin. That'll grow tomatoes from seed in a week, forage crops in 3 days. Could be that they have something better that'll do the job in hours. Yeah, and one that'll make a tree grow rooms. Delta Gibberellin sounds very like, I don't know what to put here, so I'll just make it gibberish, literally. That's very fun. Anyway. Allardyce nodded. It's possible, but I hate to think of science behind it. It makes me feel like I'm a blind baby fumbling in the dark. I'm supposed to be a good biologist. Yeah. Their science will be centuries ahead of ours if that's true.
Not necessarily. They could be good biologists or botanists and nothing much else. We've run into that sort of uneven culture before, Barger said. Eh, Allardyce snorted. Shows how little you know about experimental biology. Anybody able to do that with plants, what these people do, they'd have to know genetics, growth principles, biochemistry, mathematics, engineering, physics. Well, maybe they had it once and lost most of it. Wouldn't be the first culture that's gone retrograde. We did it after the atomic wars. We were several thousand years recovering. We hadn't lost the skills, they just degenerated into rituals, administered by witch doctors who handled the formulas and techniques down from father to son. Maybe it's like that here. Certainly these people give no evidence of an advanced civilization other than these trees and their native intelligence. Now, civilized people don't hunt with spears or live in tribal groups. There it is. There it is. I was waiting for these natives are really smart. Hopefully we won't bonk into the savage natives trope. Nope, there it is. I was waiting for it. Barger nodded. That's a good point, Skipper. There's no sense speculating about it. Maybe we'll know if we wait and see. Allardyce summed up. I set sentries, 3 hours on, 9 off, to keep Dan informed of our situation, and since rank has its privileges, I took first watch. We were all tired from our walk through the woods. The others turned in readily enough. I was sufficiently worried about the hints and implication in the native culture to keep alert, but nothing happened. I checked in with Dan back at the ship and went to awaken Alex, who had drawn the second watch and turned in to the bedroom allotted me. Normally I can sleep anywhere, but I kept thinking about houses grown from trees and upholstery grown from fungus, about spear-carrying savages who understood the working principle of a mentacom. It was all wrong, and my facile explanation of a regressed culture didn't satisfy me. Superior technology and savagery simply didn't go together. Even in our interregnum period, islands of culture and technology had remained, and men hadn't reverted to complete savagery, but there was no such islands on this world, or none that were apparent. Such enclaves couldn't have escaped our search mechanisms, which are designed precisely to locate such things. Besides, an advanced biological technology would have no need for hunting or spears. They could grow all the food they needed. Any damn fool knew that. And why the noble savage act? If our analysis was right, it must be an act. Why were they trying to hoodwink us? The only answer was that there was a high civilization here being deliberately hidden. The only mistake they'd made was in The only mistake they made was in I can't speak tonight, apparently. The only mistake they had made was in underestimating us. The old story of... Alright, we're just going to keep that. The old story of civilized men sneering at savages, but in reverse. The trees, therefore, must be old and primitive techniques, that they thought nothing of them, deeming them so inconsequential that even savages like us would know of them and not be suspicious. At that, they probably didn't have too much time after they detected us orbiting and intended to land. If that were true, there could only be one place where their civilization was hidden. At least the unrefined savages trope is going both ways here. That makes it a little less egregious in my mind. I don't know what I'm talking about. Anyway, I tried to get to my feet to warn the others, but I couldn't move. No sound came from my flaccid vocal cords. I was paralyzed, helpless, and Kawan's amused thought floated gently into my brain. I told the others that you humans were an advanced race, but they couldn't believe an obviously warlike species that depended upon machinery could be anything but savages. And your man Alex confirmed their beliefs, so we tried to meet you on your own ground, savage to savage as it were. It seems as though we weren't as good at being savages as we thought. And Kawan stepped through an apparently solid section of tree trunk that parted to let him pass. This tree was nothing but a mousetrap, and we were the mice. Why hadn't one of us carried the discussion a bit farther? Any idiot should know that biological agents were fully as deadly as physical ones. And these people were self-admittedly predatory. Contempt at my stupidity was the only emotion that filled my mind. we should be trapped like a flock of brainless sheep and led bleating happily to slaughter. Raw anger surged through me, smothering my fear in a red blanket of rage. Kwan shook his head. Your reaction works against you. It's primitive and, I think, dangerous. We cannot risk associating with a race that cannot control themselves. You have developed too fast and too soon. We're an old race, a slow race. Our warlike days are far behind us. The council was right. Something must be done about you, or there will be more of your kind on Lorraine. Hard, driving, uncontrolled, violent. He sighed, a very human sigh, half regret, half resignation. And you promised no harm would come to us if we came with you, I thought bitterly. I said you would come to no harm, nor will you. You'll just be changed a little. Like Alex? Yes. What'd you do to him? He grinned, exposing his long tusks. You'll find out. He sounded just like a villain in a cheap melodrama. He took the Mentacom circlet off my head, and all communication stopped. 2 other Lorrainians stepped through the wall, lifted me, and carried me out like a Shanghai drunk from a spaceport bar. I wasn't particularly surprised at the laboratory that lay behind the wall. After all, an observation cage had to have some kind of laboratory facility. And these were good, very good indeed. Even though I know hardly anything about biological laboratories, there was no doubt that these were the products of an advanced technology. I hated to admit it, but it looked as though we'd run into what we'd always feared but never found, a civilization superior to ours. From the windowless appearance of the place, it was probably underground, and Kawan's look and nod seemed to confirm my guess. They laid me out on a table, took blood and tissue samples, and proceeded to forget me while they ran tests and analyses. I kept trying to move, but it wasn't any use. A group of about a dozen oldsters came in, looked at me, and went away. The council, I guessed. In a surprisingly short time, Kawan came back, distinguishable by the Mentacom circlet. He was holding something that looked like a jet hypo in his hand. The barrel was full of a cloudy red liquid that swirled sluggishly behind the confining glass. This won't hurt, he said, his thoughts amplified by the circlet. He lifted my arm, examined it, and nodded. There was a high-pitched, sibilant hiss as he touched the trigger of the syringe, and I felt a brief sting near my elbow. There, that's that. Now we'll take you back and get the others. I swore at him coldly and viciously, and he just smiled. Alex helped me lay back on my bed in the treehouse. He looked down at me and grinned. It wasn't a pleasant grin, and it reminded me of a crocodile. Naked, I was standing on an endless sandy plain. Off in the distance, the 224 stood on her landing jacks, a tall, needle-pointed tower of burnished silver metal. The sun beat down from a cobalt sky, burning my bare back as I trudged painfully across the hot, shifting sand. My feet, scorched and blistered, sent agony through me with every step. I took toward the tall silver column that seemed to recede from me as fast as I approached. My throat was choked with dust, and my mind filled with fear and pain. I had to reach the ship. I had to. And I knew with dreadful certainty that I wouldn't. He came at me from a hollow in the sandy ground, a huge, furry Lorrainian, bigger than any I'd seen. His white tusks glittered in the sunlight as he leaped at me. Twisting, I avoided him and turned to run. To fight that mountain of fanged flesh was futile. He could rip me apart with one hand, but I moved with viscid slowness, stumbling through the shifting sands. In a moment he was on me, clutching with his huge hands, snapping at my throat with his tusked mouth. Fear pumped adrenaline into my system, and I fought as I'd never fought before, breaking his holds, throwing jarring punches into his fanged face as he clawed and bit at me. With a violent effort, I ran away and ran toward the ship. With a violent effort, I broke away and ran again toward the safety of the distant ship. For a moment I left him behind as I scrambled to regain his feet, and he came running after me. He was on me again, hands reaching for my throat. I couldn't get away, and again we fought. battering and clawing at each other using fists, feet, and teeth, biting and gouging. His strength was terrible, and his hot, fetid breath was rank in my nostrils. With a grunt of triumph, he tripped me. I fell on my back on the blazing sand. I screamed as my back struck the searing surface, but he held me helpless and immobile, pinned beneath his massive, crushing weight. Then he began to eat me. I felt his sharp fangs sink into my shoulder muscles and meat in my flesh. With a rush of frantic strength, I threw him off again, and again ran stumbling across the plain. Once more he caught me, and again we fought. It went on endlessly, the fight, the temporary breakaway, the fight, the pursuit, and the recapture. I wondered dully why no one on the ship had seen us. Perhaps they were looking in the wrong direction, or perhaps they weren't even looking. If I survived this and found they hadn't been on watch, well, I snarled and slammed my fist into the Loranian's face. Both of us were covered with blood, but he was visibly weaker. It was no longer a fight. We were too exhausted for that. We pawed at each other feebly. I could detect something oddly like fear in him now. He couldn't hold me, but neither could I finish him. I gathered my last remaining strength into one final blow. My torn fist smashed into his bloody face. He toppled to the ground, and I fell beside him, too spent to move. I lay there, panting, watching him. He rose to his hands and knees and came crawling toward me, trembling with weakness. I felt his smothering weight pinning me as he fell across me. He twisted slowly, his fanged mouth gaping to bite again. His jaws closed on my arm. I was done, beaten, too weary and bruised to care. He'd won, but his teeth couldn't break my skin. Like me, he was finished. We lie there as the sun beat down, glaring at each other with fear and hate. And suddenly, over us loomed the familiar faces of my crew and the tall tower, the 224. Suddenly, somehow, I had reached the ship in safety. I awoke and I was bathed with sweat. My muscles were aching and my head was a ball of fire. I looked around. Everything seemed normal. A mentacom was on my head and I was lying on the bed in the treehouse. Painfully, I rose to my feet and staggered into the main room. "My God, Skipper, you look awful." Allardyce's voice was sharp with concern. "What's wrong?" "I don't know. My head's spinning." "Here, sit down. Let me take a look at you." Allardyce produced a thermometer and stuck it in my mouth. He said worriedly. "I've got fever." "I feel like I've been through the mill." "We better get back to the ship. Doc should have a look at you." I wanted nothing more than the familiar safety of the ship away from these odd natives and exotic diseases that struck despite omni-vaccination. We should get back before the others fell sick. "All right, Pat. Contact Dan. We'll have him send the big copter. We'll leave at once." I discounted the experience of last night as delirium, but just to make sure, I checked with Allardyce and Barger when they came in. "Obviously fever," Barger said. "Nothing happened to me like you described." "Nor to me," Allardyce said. I nodded. They were right, of course, unless the Loranian in their dreams had eaten and absorbed them. But that was sheer nonsense. I was being a suspicious fool. But that dream, all of it had been damnably real. We'd made our excuses to Kwan as the copter fluttered down into a nearby clearing. "I'm sorry about this," Kwan said apologetically. "I never thought of the possibility of diseases. We're all immune. We do have some biological skill, as you've surely guessed, but our engineering technology is far inferior to yours. We thought it would be better not to let you know about us until we had a chance to observe you, but you undoubtedly have seen enough to deduce our culture." He grinned, a ferocious grimace that exposed his long tusk. "I suppose we're rather bad liars, but then we're not accustomed to deception." "Well, I understand. You had no way of knowing what we were really like. We could have been the advance guard of a conquering space armada. You showed great courage to open relation with us." "Not so great as yours. We had the opportunity of examining your man Alex. You had only his untried opinions to go by." The copter came down with a flutter of rotor blades, and I shook hands with Quan. For a moment I was tempted to call Dan and tell him to turn our hostages loose, but on second thought decided that could wait. I slipped my Manticom off. There was no point in broadcasting my thoughts, and without the gadget, Quan couldn't intercept them unless they were directed. After all, we were a minority on this world, and Earth didn't even know where we were yet. A ship can cross hyperspace far more easily and quickly than the most powerful transmitter can broadcast across normal space. It'd be 1,000 years before Earth would hear us by radio, even if they could distinguish our messages from the stellar interference. While I felt oddly friendly, there was no need to take chances, especially if there was any truth in that dream of mine. "You will be leaving soon? You and the ship?" Quan asked. "Yeah, we've done all we can do here." I looked up at him. He was standing there, holding the Menticom in his hand, yet I understood him. I didn't let the astonishment show on my face, nor the shock that coursed through my mind when the Loranian in my brain tried vainly to scream a warning. Instead, I took a circlet and turned to go. "Remember what you are to do. The others will help." "I'll remember." "Damn well right, I'll remember," I thought grimly. The Loranian was supposed to wreck the ship. He waved farewell as I turned to enter the copter. "Our thoughts go with you for your success," he said. The Loranian in my brain screamed and struggled, but I held him easily. I was his master, not he mine. There'd be no sabotage on the 224. He wouldn't wreck my ship. "Dan," I said as we went into orbit, "had Alex come aboard?" "Of course." "Where is he?" "Down in the engine room, I suppose, or in his bunk. It's not his watch." "Well, maybe you'd better check, but before you do..." He waited for me to continue, and finally I was able to. Put Allardyce, Barger, and myself in the brig. Set a guard over us with instructions to shoot if we try and make a break. And then get Alex if he's aboard. Frankly, I don't think you'll find him. They didn't need a ship's commander, a sociologist, or a biologist, but they did need an engineer. Now get going. It's an order." Warren stiffened. "Yes, sir. Sorry, sir." Inside my skull, the Loranian came to life, struggled briefly, and then quit. Barger, Allardyce, and I spent the rest of the trip home in the air-conditioned, radiation-resistant, germ-proof, dust-proof, escape-resistant brig. Alex, of course, wasn't aboard. There aren't many places on a starship where a man can hide, and the crew searched them all. Even so, I kept worrying about the ship's safety all the way back. It was a miserable trip. I suppose it was just as miserable for the Loranians and my two companions, who kept worrying about how to destroy us. Didn't do them any good, either. They never got a chance, and ultimately we reached decontamination. Barger and Allardyce are up there now. The medics think they can erase the Loranians with insulin shock, but it'll take time. Mine, being a nice tame one, was considered to be more valuable in me than out. We're going to have to know a lot about Lorraine in a hurry if we're going to do anything about those people, and my Loranian can tell us plenty. But I'll bet we'll find things different on Lorraine when we go back. They'll have at least 10 years, and with the brains they've got, and Alex's to pick, well, they'll do just fine from an engineering point of view. Bet they'll even have spaceships. From what I can gather from my alter ego, they checked Alex's brain and didn't like what they saw. That's the trouble with the romantics. They always remember the wars and the fighting, never the stodgy, peaceful interims. But you simply don't spring that sort of stuff on a culture like Lorraine's. I suppose my anger didn't help things any, but if not for that anger and my primitive bullheadedness, well, we might not be here. Chapter 3. Captain Halsey hurriedly down the room. "Well, skippers are picked because they're tough-minded and authoritarian. In space, you need it occasionally. Fortunately, I lived up to my specifications. Peaceful sort like my Loranian just couldn't take it. Fortunately." "Fortunately?" "Well, sure. What else? Possibly those natives we conditioned would help our case. Possibly not. In the meantime, the Loranians would suck Alex dry, and with the 224 gone, it'd be maybe a couple of 100 years before we ran into them again. By then they'd really be ready, loaded for bear with an itchy trigger finger.
We might just have a war on our hands. As it is, we'll send out a battle fleet to give them some authority to our negotiators, so no one will get hurt. I just shouldn't have picked Alex as typical of us. With his attitude and our weapons, they naturally got along a lot of wrong ideas. Wrong? I prompted the skipper. Halsey chuckled. Yeah, that's what I said. Wrong ideas. Or, rather, that's the... Yes, that's what I said. Wrong ideas, he said in that remote second voice. Just because you've forgotten self-defense doesn't mean that other peaceful civilizations don't remember it. All right. That was cultural exchange. That's a really fun concept. I think it plays to the to part of what I really liked about Inside Kick as well, which is another one we read a while back, in the sense of it reveals its central twist early and then just keeps spinning on and on and on. Like it reveals very early that the captain has another personality that's been buried in his brain, and he's just kind of bonking it over the head with alcohol to stop it from causing problems on purpose. But it just keeps spinning off of that. You were like, oh man, how's it gonna get in there? Okay, it's got that's how it's gonna get into his brain. What's it meant to do? Why did they put it there? So on and so forth. You know, I really love these pulp stories when they don't just sit on the vagueness of their twist and just sit on it and sit on it and sit on it. And then it finally twists right at the end, and you're like, really? That's all? You know, especially as a modern reader who's used to the sort of tropes that are being thrown at you over and over and over. It's much less satisfying. I really enjoy the kind of take that Galaxy really pioneered early on of lead with your twist. It will immediately hook your reader. Lead with your twist, and then keep twisting. Keep it's like keep thinking beyond the basic concept. Don't just take the basic concept and stretch it over a short story. Uh, I really like it. And like that's something about Astounding that was really driving me nuts back when I was reading Astounding. Like the really old issues of Astounding from the 20s is they kind of like allude faintly to their twist and then just keep holding that. They're like, okay, it's like, all right. It's very like, it's one thing for a novel to sit on its twist for a while and then start spinning, but like, there were several stories in Astounding that I'm like, okay, you've been sitting on this twist way too long and you're not developing it at all. And by the time you get around to having space to develop this, you're going to be out of time. You know? The Colors of Space had that really, really bad. Like, the viewer outside of the story, could tell that there's, like, a difference in vision or something. Maybe I'm just looking at the story in hindsight and it's very obvious and it just isn't in the first reading, because I remember being very startled by that twist. But like there were definitely stories in the Astounding episodes where I'm like, all right, I know what they're doing here. They're just gonna sit on this twist. There was one with like an absolute zero chamber that they were sitting on the twist that I knew was coming for the whole story, and I'm like, buddy, you have not earned sitting on this twist. This is not a full book. If this was a full novel, you might earn sitting on this twist this long, but you should have led with the twist that you're gonna do. Or like there was one about like producing chimeras that I was like, come on, this is real obvious. Maybe it's just because like I said, we are 100 years removed from some of these stories, and so maybe at the time it was really groundbreaking, and we're just unaware of that. You know, but it's hard because like if we look at Dracula, you know, the way it has aged in a modern context is so different than the way like some of this stuff from analog has. Like maybe that's just like by virtue of
we all think we know what's going on with Dracula, and then you read the book and you're like, how many adaptations have glazed over this? Really? This is not a detail people expanded on? Hmm? In comparison to like very few people would know what I'm talking about if I mention the colors of space. You know? Or like there's occasionally a few breakout hits from these pulp magazines, but not a ton of them. I don't know. I think there's a lot to be said about like uh, analysis of these pulps, both within their original context, like when they came out and what the landscape looked like then, versus how they look retroactively. And this is a really good one because, like, in context, I think the idea of finding, like, from what I know of that context of that time, you know, this was late 60s, if I remember right. Let's hop back to the beginning of the book. It'll tell me. Yeah, 1960. So in the 60s, you know, the idea of finding some kind of horrifying race chilling out in the world uh, that's smarter than we are, really not super common. You know, I think it got did in a couple Twilight Zone episodes. And that's about it. So like, it's not super common. But like now, in the context of modern sci-fi, the idea of finding something that can outstrip the human race is like a core concept of a huge volume of series. Alien, blatantly, you know? It's like if you want to do a horror science fiction, the easiest premise you have is take a species that has humanity's base level as a base and then apply like 6 or 7 things they're better at doing than people and watch your cast struggle. But like I said, this kind of has faint notes of the same thing that I really liked about Inside Kick, where there's occasionally a sense of an internal mental dialogue between the self and the invader that I really, really like. This was a really good one. I really dug it. I would love to run this as I would love to like squish this into a Monster of the Week monster. I think it'd be a really fun one to run if you have like if you have a defined like city that's your setting over and over again, and you have some really well defined NPCs that people know really well, that like the players know really well. I think that this kind of flip flop between the person you know and the alien invader could be really really fun to play off of in a Invasion of the Body Snatchers type sense almost. Which man, I gotta sit down and watch Body Snatchers. It's a classic, and I've seen bits and pieces of it, and I've you know experienced a lot of scholarly this and that about it, but I've not watched the whole film ever, and it's in the public domain, so I might as well. Anyway, I'm rattling on, perhaps a bit too much, but I don't know. I think uh, there's a lot to talk about in comparison, in like comparing the way that a lot of these old public domain stories go in comparison to a modern take on things. You know, like First Man in the Moon. Uh that went completely differently than it would go in a modern context. You know, there's that whole edition of like there's gold here, it wouldn't be gold anymore. It'd still be a MacGuffin, it'd still be something important, but it wouldn't be gold anymore. It'd be like something, you know, kind of vaguely science fiction-y, like, oh yeah, there's a helium isotope here or something that we need for fusion or something like that. And like the idea of a hyper specialized alien race, like that, I think that's been played off of a lot. I think you would not if you were writing something akin to the first Men in the Moon right now, it wouldn't be set on the moon. We're too well aware of like how much the moon has almost nothing going on. I think it would be set like either on like one of these Kesslerian exoplanets, or maybe if you really wanted to kind of stretch, you could maybe set it on Mars, because there's been, faint indications of vaguely microbe shaped things. I think it'd be a different setting. Uh, I think it would be very different, the way that the two protags approach this this society and that sort of thing. I don't know. It's very interesting to read these and go, oh, that's not at all how that would have gone, but that's how these tropes have grown out of the past, so to speak. And like it's especially prominent in these little short stories that are like plucked out of random pulps, how much it depends on the time that is written, and like certain tropes that the author expects you to know and what the author expects you to not know. And like it's so funny to me that some of these like you could change very little and it would still sell today. Not as well as it probably did at the time, but it would still sell. Like you could, this one, for example, you could like zhuzh it up with a little bit more back and forth between the captain and uh, and the in, and the invading Lysarian, and that could sell. That could sell today. You could kind of hand wave the big silver rocket as kind of a retrofuturism type thing, kind of an atom punk type thing. And I think you could polish this up and do something very similar, and it'd still fly. Yeah, I think it's I don't know. I have a lot of feelings and emotions about all of these old stories, and I love when we find something that I'm like, I start it and I'm like, this isn't gonna be very good, and then like I get a couple pages into the story and I'm like, oh, I'm interested. Tell me more. Anyway, I have completely forgotten to mention Codex the whole stream, but also I was hoping one of my fellow Codex members would finish streaming and roll up like, hey, I exist, so I would have an excuse to talk about it. But I didn't, so I haven't. Uh, Codex, which has a chat command, boop. Codex is a group of reading streamers. We all kind of read, but we all read different things. Someone who was live tonight that I expected to turn up but didn't is RNL Quendy. Does a lot of what I've done in the past, a lot of kind of visual novel-y, story gamey things, a lot of interpersonal drama, Victorian-esque type things. Sometimes I like what she's reading, sometimes I don't, but regardless, I try to turn up when I am not streaming at the same time as her. Gariki's been doing a lot of Japanese folk tales. I know you were reading something else recently, but it's escaping my brain. Uh, who else? There's an ASMR guy. His name's Gentle Fox. He does, the whole lean in very close to the microphone and put on that very specific voice. That I want to support him so bad because he's a fellow Codex member, but I just can't do ASMR. It just makes my skin crawl off, and I just can't do it. Mm-mm-mm. It's like bad texture, but for my ears, and I feel so bad because he does great stuff. He was just doing Secret Garden the other day. I think he might still be doing Secret Garden. I don't know if he's finished it yet. But he was doing Secret Garden recently, and I was like, oh man, I wish I could tune into that. Gariki says, I love folk and fairy tales and myths. Yeah, I've spotted a good deal of folk and fairy tales, and what I'm trying to say is there is a big wide genre spread. If you don't adore some of the science fiction stuff I've been leaning on really heavily lately, there is someone else in the Codex that does the genres you want. Promise. And if you don't, show up to the Discord. Ask one of us to read it. It's going to be in one of our wheelhouses, I promise. The only real limitation is it has to be public domain to have people not fight the copyright monster. We also do book clubs. There's one at the end of this month coming up. Or end of this month? Yeah, end of this month now because it's now September. We're doing another Ender's Game one. I don't recall exactly which Ender's Game book, but it's later in the series. The first book club for the Codex was Ender's Game, and so for the first anniversary of everything, they wanted to do a different book in the series of Ender's Game by Orson Scott Card. And if I can rustle it out of my library, I'm planning on showing up, but we'll see. Much like usual, the book club is occasionally very difficult to place for me, which is a shame because we have this lovely academic discussion about the books that are being read. Uh, you know, and I heartily suggest if you want to like have a more in-depth discussion of the book, uh, after it has been read, definitely turn up to Codex book clubs because there's a lot of very good, very scholarly reads on a lot of things, and we all come from such different walks of life that we all have such a wide variance of angles on the story being told that it generates a lot of very interesting discussion, and it's worth showing up to even if you don't normally have a lot of patience for literary analysis. It's very interesting. Like, oh man, somebody had a really good point about a book other than Algernon, because we did Flowers for Algernon, and that's one I got to show up for. There was one, somebody was making a very interesting point about a specific reading of the character, and it was a recent book club, and it's escaping my brain, and I wish I had held on to that when I started this sentence. But long, very long, winding point, uh, short. The Codex is great. If you like what I do, you're gonna like the rest of the Codex. Uh, Definitely turn up. And we always appreciate having people in the Discord. Anyway, I've rattled on long enough. This has been Paper Cuts, and I hope it didn't stay.